Welcome, folks, to another RedDeathMask stream. We are back. We are back better than ever, ready to deep dive into Tales from the Creeps, into CREEPCAST fan stories, creepypastas, tales of horror and death and destruction. And it should be pretty fun. We should be doing some good stories here today. So I'm just making sure I'm coming through on the audio. Real quick, I'm gonna play Midwest Angelica while I send out just some messages of people whose stories I'm covering. So enjoy Midwest Angelica, Creep TV.
Has it not? Everything we've read
has. I'm forgetful.
Timeline.
I'm a fucking idiot.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to read it. The tape is the second of two cassettes found in the collapsed remains of a house in Stewart, Nebraska.
A lot of collapses here.
A lot of collapses here.
Nothing can stand.
It also previously said that the last tape was found in the remains of a house in Stewart, Nebraska. So this is probably the same house. Most buildings in the Long Pine ruins were found to be destroyed, with a large crater discovered near the site of the former church building. Oh no. The circumstances surrounding the crater's formation are currently under investigation.
God damn you, Ray O'Connor.
Also previously said that the last tape
you can
was
never
found
trust an Irishman.
Yeah, I know this has to do with the Angelica or anything. He's just Irish.
No, yeah, exactly. I'm just Irish. Everyone's like, ah! They scream and run.
It says both officers were killed February 12th. Okay.
Alrighty.
Determining the cause of their death. On February 8th at 12:03, a missing persons PSA airs. Okay.
Again. I don't know.
Why doesn't he come? I've got everything all figured out.
Wood.
Top to bottom, smooth as silk. Everything's falling apart. Can't trust nobody, nothing.
Yeah.
If I was watching TV and that just popped up, I'd be like, "What the fuck?" He's like, "Missing." John Carlisle.
Like, hey, no lead in, no just at 12:03 a.m.
I was really expecting like a emergency broadcast thing, you know, but no, just I mean, I'm watching this black and white show and this pops up. I would be fucking horrified.
Yeah, I'd rather than play the alarm. That'd be so much better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Already know.
Right, there's no way that's a cop.
Oh yeah, I've seen that guy.
Yeah, I guess.
For sure.
Is that me?
Devils.
Did I get? Am I missing? All right, hold on a second. I need to talk to these guys and say, what the hell are you trying to say about me here? My name's Aaron Matthews. David Rohde.
That's the worst beard ever. Doesn't go to his lip or nothing.
There's you.
Oh,
Sarah.
these are all the. Oh, thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah.
These
How
are all the people
mature
at the
of you.
church, right?
These are all the people at the church. Yeah.
Yeah. I want to see Ray O'Connor, dude. Okay, well, fuck me.
I'm sure he's fine.
The missing persons have yet to be located. Well,
They probably found him. They probably found Ray.
What in the hell?
The Long Pine Police Department dispatch center receives a 911 call from an unknown caller ID. That's good.
Go.
Good for them.
Hey, it's Ray O'Connor.
Emergency?
I'm at 876 Pine Lane in Long Pine, right next to the church. And I can't really say for certain, but there's some kind of sacrifice going on.
Yes.
Okay, we'll be right there.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll be right there. All right.
Okay.
It's a human sacrifice.
Yeah, people are throwing babies into a fire pit. All right, perfect. We'll head on over.
Babies in fire pit. Okay, and is this an emergency or is this just like a report you're making?
All right. Now that housekeeping is done, sorry, I should have done it before I went live, but then sometimes I remember, sometimes I forget, you know. But who cares, because we're here now and we're ready to go. Really quick, I want to say Obviously, shout out to Anxiety-Pilled, the Mesoscale, all these other, Sully the Skeleton, all these other people that are reading stories and making podcasts and various stuff like that. It's awesome. Great to see. Also, Tales from the Creep is doing a, they're calling it fan poetry contest, but I guess one of their other contests didn't happen or was canceled, and so they're doing poetry horror instead, which is cool. I'm excited to see that. I'm excited to see them not just to branch out from just story, I like the flash fiction contest that Anxiety-Pilled and other places do. It's just cool to see Tales from the Creep do something a little different in terms of their contests. And horror poetry is, plenty of people write just specifically horror poetry, but if you're somebody who's written maybe other types of poetry but hasn't tried specifically horror, you would be surprised. It's different. It's a little bit harder than some people would think. I think you either like only write poetry horror, or it's a little bit challenging to not only write a good poem, but write a poem that scares someone or unsettles someone, or it's I think harder than some people realize. So hopefully people will compete in this contest and have a new appreciation for just poetry in general, but also horror, the great horror poets, the Edgar Allan Poes of the world, I guess T.S. Eliot, I would say too, could definitely fall. It's not straight horror, but definitely there. Even like the Jabberwocky, I forget who wrote that, but the poem that Alice in Wonderland is based on, or that precludes it, or whatever. There are plenty of fantastical, scary elements within poetry. Even like the Odyssey or what, there's monsters and, Greek tales, In my opinion, you could categorize a lot of those as horror poetry as well, because, they're about battles, or they're about, monsters being slain or people dying, So very cool to see that. Shout out to Tales from the Creeps, as always. As well as the other subreddits, Anxiety-Pilled, like I said, and stuff. And I think the Mesoscale even has their own subreddit now. So, very, very cool, to see. So yeah, let's get into it. We don't want to dilly-dally too much. Our first story is going to be Algernon 4 Flowers, which, unbeknownst to me, and I'm glad I waited to read this, because there's a popular, I don't know if it's fantasy, but it's called it's a novelette by Daniel Keyes called Flowers for Algernon. And I don't want to spoil it too much, but I have to imagine that this story is related to this. There was a television movie, interesting, so you could watch, maybe somewhere you could find that movie if you don't want to read the book. Algernon is a laboratory mouse who has undergone a surgery to increase his intelligence. The story is told by a series of progress reports written by Charlie Gordon, the first human subject for the surgery, and it touches on ethical and moral themes such as treatment of the mentally disabled. Yeah, so oh, interesting. It people challenged it for removal. So it's a banned book technically, or not that every book that's a banned book like got banned, but if people were trying to ban it, usually it is interesting and in my opinion probably worth a read. Frequently taught in schools around the world. Interesting. So I had never heard of this before, this story, so it was kind of an interesting introduction. But from what else I know about the story, Flowers for Algernon, the Charlie Gordon character, he was like somewhat of a simpleton or, developmentally disabled. And so they gave him this same surgery that made Algernon smart and it was all this, it was seen as this big advancement because he could, I don't know if Algernon could talk, but he became smart anyways. Like I said, I haven't read the book. This is just what I knew from the few synopsises I've read. But then, so obviously they do the surgery on Charlie. It seems to work on Charlie well too. But then Algernon starts to regress. You did catch it. You did catch it, Boots. You might have clicked on, I don't know. I am live. Let me know because I had to start the live twice, and so I'm not sure if there's gonna be a link that doesn't work. So yeah, I guess maybe you couldn't hear this either way, but I'll keep an eye on the Discord chat so that cool. All right. So yeah, anyways, it's this interesting story about surgery on simpler minded people or whatever developmentally disabled people, but then also Algernon, the mouse, starts to regress. The surgery starts to stop working, or I don't know if he becomes just like a mouse again, but that's just what the synopsis stated. And so to have this story written on Tales from the Creeks called Algernon for Flowers, I have to imagine it's at least referencing the original work. I don't know how much, we'll see. But maybe this is going to be, because it's the title backwards, maybe this is a story of that regression. Maybe it's like a continuation of it, or maybe it's going to be like a dude transforming into a mouse or something, you know what I mean? Some different kind of take on a similar concept. For story time, yay, woohoo, yay! All right, so let's do this. So this is Algernon for Flowers by Chaser B, 1997. And yeah, I don't think I've ever read any of his stories before, so I'm excited to get started. And I was even more excited when I learned about Flowers for Algernon and how just that I learned a little bit about that, because it sounds like an interesting book. I found it on a list of fantasy books. I was looking for just like good fantasy works, and apparently it was on there, so check it out. Might be worth a read. It sounds like it is. But yeah, I think that's really cool to have. whether it's, you know, your online creepypasta or just the story that you're working on, I feel like that can really help to kind of get over some of the hurdles that people have with starting to write, is to write something that references, or, you know, it's why a lot of people start writing like fan fiction first, right? It's because they, you know, they already know a world that's already established for them and they can just kind of add on to it. Similar sort of a thing, but, you know, with a story instead, is to just write something that references a story that you already know. And yeah, it's just cool. I want to see more of that. I think so often people are like, well, if I'm going to write on Tales from the Creeps, or if I'm going to write a Creepcast fan horror story, it has to be 100% my own creation, and it can't, you know, it can't reference other art media, whatever, you know, and that's just, a lot of times that's impossible to do. I think it's better just by starting from that place of like referential media and start it there and then go your own way with it, you know? Because if you're going to try to come up with a story, you're like, I want to come up with a story about a monster, but a monster that's never been done before. You know, it's very hard to do. I don't know fully if it's impossible, but it's very hard. There's too much media and stuff is already out there. So yeah, I like this. But this is Algernon for Flowers. I'm having trouble remembering. The memories are all there, but it's as if my body is a boat drifting from the dock. At first in reach, just to grab away, then a rope toss. Now I'd have to swim. Where does that leave me but treading water? My mind is there. I can see myself from afar, excelling at work and with my family. Excelling at work and with my family without me. I don't know, that sentence is phrased a little bit weird. I can see myself from afar, excelling at work and with my family without me. Who was I yesterday? Who will I be tomorrow? Was it better when I was connected? Is questioning all I am? As I float further from my mind, I smile, not because I am free, but because what I leave behind is happier. Interesting first paragraph. So I'm definitely getting the whole regression, losing. Really, it seems like it's going more on like, yes, you're losing your faculties, your agency, but you're also losing like memory. It sounds like, you know, the ability, which to some extent, right, intelligence is heavily linked to memory. They're not 100% interchangeable, but they are related, right? You know, it's your ability to retain information. So if your memory goes, you're going to feel less intelligent regardless of, you know, if you can still, you know, whatever, do things that smart people do, right? Like build a rocket. I don't know. So yeah, interesting beginning. I kind of like how even the writing is kind of a little disjointed. Not that it's straight up bad, but it's kind of like, I'm having trouble remembering. The memories are there, but it's if my body's a boat drifting from the dock. At first, in reach, just to grab away, then a rope toss, and then it's like my mind is there, I see from afar, and it's like they're trying to come up with longer, like more complex sentences, but then they just have to keep going back to these short questions. Who was I yesterday? Who will I be tomorrow? is questioning all I am. As I float farther from my mind, I smile. Not because I'm free, but because what I leave behind is happier. And then it ends with that ... as if it's not even a completed thought. So I like that. It does seem like a person, contemplating their diminished faculties, even just the way it's written. So I definitely like that. Okay, so now we're getting into that's them just kind of talking about the predicament they're in, but now we get into the story here. So let's get into it. It all started a few weeks ago. I was taking the trash out, as I have every week since we moved in together. My wife tied the bag off and left it on the back steps, just a few feet from the garbage can. I begrudgingly tossed it in, but as it caught the lip, it tore. A few bits of refuse bounced under the porch. Great, just great, I mumbled, dropping down to grab it. Schlink. God damn it. I pulled my hand back, now sliced from the top of my finger to the base of the back of my wrist. Oh, okay, I see. So, like, down like that. More concerning was the vicious, or is it vicious or viscous? That's viscous. More concerning was the viscous purple liquid that dripped from wrist, it says. And see, I don't know if they're trying to if this is a person with diminished faculties writing, but I think it should be dripped from my wrist. More concerning was the viscous light purple liquid that dripped from my wrist, mixing with my blood. I watched as my hand healed itself, slow as compared to the rate it happened. I watched as my hand healed itself, slow as compared to the rate it happened, but like zipping up a jacket, the cut closed. Okay. So, yeah, it's saying that obviously the cut happened faster. The cut only took a second, but slowly it started to heal, like zipping up a jacket. What the hell? The door swung open. Can you come and grab the dog for a walk? The door swung open. Can you come and grab the dog for a walk? My wife poked her head out into the crisp, cool, fall air. Sure thing, love, I said, stepping up to grab the leash from her outstretched hand. Cooper, my golden retriever, came prancing out, happy to be included in anything. Sat at my feet waiting to go. I clipped the collar, collecting my thoughts on what just happened. We started walking down towards Main Street. So really quick, sorry, I'm going to pause here because now he's walking his dog. He got cut open, and I thought at first it was saying that the purple viscous liquid was his blood, but I think it was saying that whatever he cut himself on, this purple liquid was like part of it or coming out of it, and so that got into his blood and incidentally changed him in such a way so that he healed immediately. So, which is interesting, because it's not, it seems more, it's like Peter Parker getting bit by the spider. It seems more like a introduction to, how a superhero is formed or born or whatever. But that's it's interesting because it's like, yeah, I think, for some people it could go that way, but then in this case it turns into be a horror story. And I think what I'm getting the vibes are of, because it healed him, at first it's going to make him super smart, or like super, if not smart, just like super able. Like maybe his memory will work really good, or maybe maybe it'll be like the limitless thing where he can use more percent of his brain or whatever. But then he's going to regress and get even worse off than he was originally before he ever came into contact with this purple viscous liquid, as it says. So that's kind of where I'm thinking this is going. But also I'm thinking it could be like a straight up transformation into maybe a rat, right? Maybe that's where it's going. Maybe that's, or a mouse. Because I'm thinking, because it was by the garbage, he cut himself on something under the porch, but it was under the porch right by the garbage, because the garbage spilled out as he was throwing it in, and that's what kind of led to the cut. I'm also unclear on, and maybe it doesn't matter for the story, so it just wasn't mentioned, but I am kind of wondering, like, so did he pick up the trash or did he not? Because assuming it is some sort of animal that was out there that cut him or bit him, or that got into his blood, I'm like, so now is he going to come back from the walk, and is the food going to be gone? Or is he going to discover the animal that's eating it, like, and be like, that's his blood must have got on me, sort of a thing, because I'm interested in if this story is the idea of this mouse that got whatever healed, or got like this surgery to have super capabilities. If it, like in this story, it escaped, say, and that's why, and now it's like, well, what happened if that escaped and was introduced or transmitted to some guy who never needed the surgery in the first place, or never wanted it. All right, so I clipped the caller, collecting my thoughts on what just happened. We started walking down towards Main Street, and I rubbed my wrist where the cut had been, but all evidence had been removed aside from some dried blood at the base. I rubbed the remaining flakes off and noticed my dog circling in the grass. See? Oh, I was going to say, oh, the dog sees something, but no, it just has to go to the bathroom. I was like, the dog sees the rat, The ritual is signifying his business. I hate picking it up, but that's when it happened the first time. My body moved, but I did not. I watched myself pick it up and toss it in the bin at the park. Okay. Interesting. I watched myself finish the walk and get home. It wasn't until dinner that I came to. Do you think we should push for him to do soccer this year? Or wait, no, it's soccer, so it's not British. I was thinking they were British for some reason. Do you think we should push for him to do soccer this year, or give it a year? What? Okay, so this is his wife talking to him. Got it. Do you think that we should push for him to do soccer this year, or give it a year? What? I took a deep breath, trying to reconcile what was with. Okay. Trying to reconcile what was I think there should be a comma here with what is. Our son? Don't you think he is ready to do a sport? I told myself it was exhaustion, stress, a momentary blackout. People zone out on walks all the time, right? Yeah, if it's soccer, it's not British. Yeah. A British person would never call it soccer. They are very strict about it being football. That lie held for maybe a day. The next episode happened while I was doing dishes. So both time he's doing things that chores, things that he doesn't necessarily want to do or enjoy doing, but just the trivialities of life, things that everyone has to do. Maybe not everyone. I don't think billionaires are taking out the trash, but most people. The next episode, and I find this interesting because from where I just thought it was going to where now it's almost like the movie Click. If you've seen that movie where at first the remote he could do, it's just an Adam Sandler movie. It's a comedy, but he gets the remote and at first he can pause and he can like zoom in and stuff and do slow-mo and the remote control, it's great. It makes him, he's able to pause in the moment so he can, so he doesn't get fired or so that he can like do better at his job. And it's seen as like, oh, this universal remote is this great thing that you can control you can control the world around you. He basically has like godlike powers because he can rewind, he can, time travel to some extent. He can, he can, I don't know, he can use like features on it and stuff to like, to do whatever, to, I think, learn about people and stuff and like and he can watch people when they don't know he's watching. So it's like he can figure out, their secrets and stuff like that. But all that to say, it's like this kind of reminds me of that in the sense that, but eventually in Click, he starts to use the fast forward button because he's like, oh, I don't want to do this. Like fast forward me till I get that promotion. And then eventually he fast forwards like a year or like multiple years of his life. So he starts just skipping. Whereas this seems like a certain sort of thing. So it's like his body goes to autopilot. From what he can tell, like nothing's really wrong. Like it seems like he was having conversations and, doing everything right, but he doesn't remember any of it. He just like, he can watch it, but he doesn't, he doesn't know what was being said, or he's not like really present there for it. It's like his body. And I like this concept for a horror story because we've all done that, right? We've all zoned out where we've like been driving or something and we're like, all of a sudden we're pulling onto our street when we're home and we're like, man, I was just completely on autopilot that whole way home. Like I was not actively like looking at my surroundings, taking things in. I was just on autopilot. I think driving is one of the maybe most common examples of this. But so to like have that happen where you took the dog on a walk and then you had a full conversation with your wife at dinner, like that is a bit alarming. And I could see how it could feel like Alzheimer's or something, and then you just you just come to and you're like, wait, what? And they're like, we were just talking. And it's like, but you feel like you've only just come to. Hey, Red. Hope I haven't missed much. IDK, why YouTube refuses to let me know when you're live. I don't know why either, Danny. I'm sorry. I mean, I could tell you to just resubscribe or turn on the like bells and notifications and stuff. I think it might have something to do with like YouTube. Yes, it's a like live streaming platform, but it seems so heavily geared towards like videos and people releasing videos that I've seen that happen for like lots of channels, like Papa Meat's channel. Very rarely will I see his lives after the fact, but I almost never see that it's like he's going live. And not that I even have notifications turned on for like all the YouTube accounts I subscribe to, but it just seems like live specifically with YouTube and with like serving it to people, it doesn't unless you go to like the live category and are only looking at people that are live, it seems to kind of suck for it. I don't know. It's great in other ways, and so that's why I'll continue to stream on YouTube, but I wish that they would do a little bit more to promote people who are currently live, like to just people scrolling through their feeds, because sometimes you get it, but it seems like it's totally hit or miss. So but yeah, great to have you here. You haven't missed much. This is the first story. We're not very far into it at all, so yeah, Boots is right. If it's doing it for YouTube as a whole, it's likely because of your phone settings rather than a specific subscription. Mine does that because I keep forgetting to enable YouTube notifications. Well, yeah, and I have most notifications turned off for most stuff just because like I sleep during the day, and like I don't mind if stuff pops up on my whatever notifications on my phone, but it's when everything has a sound, which people are like, well, then you can turn off the sounds, just don't have it be on a sound. But I was like, I do want sounds for my texts and stuff. So I don't know. That's just it's just an annoying kind of thing. But I wish when people were on the YouTube app and somebody that they subscribe to goes live, I wish it would, like, even if they're watching a video, I wish a little drop down menu would just show that like, boom, so and so has just gone live, because it seems like, yeah, that would be, seeing the creators that you subscribe to go live. It seems like people would want to be there for that, right? Yeah, exactly. Well, and that's my thing too. People are like, "Well, turn on your notifications," and I'm like, "No, I would go crazy. Like, I need it. My phone's almost always on fucking silence, anyways. But if I had it popping up for like emails and all, it's just too much. It's way too much. So, okay. So yeah. But this momentary blackout sort of a thing. It's like it's like he's losing time, like he was talking about in the beginning, like where he says, I'm having trouble remembering. At first, it was a reach, it was a grab away, then a rope toss. So I do think this is going to get to the point where it's like he can't really remember any of his life. He's just on autopilot all throughout it. But the next episode happened while I was doing the dishes, specifically scrubbing the pan my wife insists is easy to clean but behaves like it was forged from hydrophobic Teflon and malice. I blinked, and then the pan was clean. The sink was empty, the counters wiped, and my wife was kissing my cheek and thanking me for staying on top of things, like always. Like always. But I didn't remember doing any of it. I remembered resenting it, wishing the job would just do itself. Apparently, it hurt me. The third time was worse. I had a report due first thing in the morning, hours of tedious proofreading, rewriting, and formatting. I sat down to start. My fingers hovered over the keyboard. I blinked. The sun was up. The report was polished, proofed, submitted. My body, or something wearing it, had done it all while I slept inside myself. My wife kissed me goodbye before taking the kids to school. Thanks for getting it done, she said. You're so driven lately. Driven. That word gnawed at me. Driven by what? I like that. That's a good turn of phrase, because, you know, the way the wife means is like, oh, wow, you're really being a go-getter, you know, driven in that sense. But it's like, you know, to him, it's like, no, he's literally being driven by something. That's fun. That's good. It's a good, I guess it's wordplay to a certain extent, but it's good. You know, it's not like a pun where it's like, you know, the story's trying to make a bad joke. It's good wordplay, and it's subtle enough that it seems believable that like the wife would say that. Yeah, and it's good to kind of raise this question of what, not only what healed him, like, because he got cut and then he got healed, right? Which already I was like, you seem way too chill about that. But I could also think that, okay, well, maybe it's whatever this is that infected him is like causing him to not worry about it. Like, don't think about what happened when you got the purple liquid in your cut under the porch. Like, don't worry about it, you know? Driven by what? It began choosing its tasks. Not everything, only the things I disliked, the chores I hated, the conversations I dreaded, the responsibilities that pulled at my nerves and demanded energy. I'd think, I really don't want to do this right now, and then I wouldn't. It would. My body became a machine that handled all the things I resented. Effortless efficiency, no complaint, no hesitation. But every time it stepped in, I felt myself drift a little farther out. Another foot from shore, another coil of rope unspooled. An inch given, a mile taken. The first time it did something I liked doing, I knew I was in trouble. Well, yeah, I was, and that's, I mean, clearly that's where this disease, let's call it, was going. I was like, it's never just going to stop at doing the things that you don't want to do. It's just doing that, I think, to lull you into a sense of complacency with it, so that by the time it actually starts robbing you of the experiences that you enjoy or that you care about, like, it's already too late, you know? It's already, God damn, fucking fruit fly. It's already consumed, or it's already taken hold of you too much to like be stopped then at that point. Like, if immediately it infected you, right? And then immediately it was like, you know, I didn't remember having sex with my wife, or I didn't remember eating cake, I didn't remember listening to music, you know, like all these things that are joys and in people's lives, which they're different for everyone. But I'm just saying, like, that would be a lot more alarming to people, I feel like, and you would immediately go, whether it's to not that a doctor could even do anything, but I think you would investigate that more than if you're just like, well, yeah, I zoned out doing the dishes. Like, who doesn't zone out doing the dishes? But it's like, it's not even really that you zoned out. I mean, it is that, but it's like, you physically do not remember doing the dishes, you know? Like, I can zone out doing something, and of course it seems like it happened way faster or whatever than it probably did, but I still remember that I did it. Like, there's times where like, oh, I zoned out driving home, But I'm like, oh, I remember when that cop car passed us, or, you know, whatever. Just something like I can remember certain things from that specific drive home. But this is no memory whatsoever. It's just completely a blank void. It was Saturday. Cooper brought me his worn out tennis ball, face bright, tail sweeping the floor like a broom, made of joy. I smiled. I opened my mouth to say, "All right, buddy, let's go." But someone else beat me to it. My voice, but not mine, said, "Later, Coop, busy." Busy? I wasn't busy. I was still inside watching. Watching as it walked past him, watching as Cooper tail slowed, watching as I drifted another body length away from myself. That night, as I lay in bed beside my wife, it brushed her hair behind her ear the way I always do. She smiled in the dark, soft and content. She didn't know it wasn't me. I did. See, so this is interesting because now it's saying it's saying that he's watching through his eyes, but he's just a passenger, right? He's not driving the car anymore. So then he does remember something, like he remembers seeing this thing brush his wife's. So I'm wondering if this is more just like it's gonna be like locked in syndrome, like you know, which is literally like hell on earth from what I can imagine. It's people who are believed to be like brain dead or in a coma or whatever, but actually you can see and hear and feel everything that's going on, but you just, you know, your body's just in a vegetative state. You can't emote anything. You can't react really even. And yeah, and so I'm a little iffy on if does he just go, or was that before? Was that when the monster inside him was like tricking him, and now that it's doing things that he likes, like the monster is torturing him by letting him watch, you know? Maybe that's what it is. I wonder if the dog is going to notice something in the main character, like a change of demeanor first, or the wife, because she seems okay with the changes. Yeah, I think the wife isn't noticing anything, and maybe she won't, or maybe it'll be much later. I think the dog could, because it said like he wanted to throw the ball, right? He was about to be like, "All right, buddy, let's go." But then the other voice said, "Not mine, later, Coop, busy." So it made a different choice than what he wanted to do. And this scene of watching as it walked past him, watching as Cooper's tail slowed, watching as I drifted another body length away from myself. It's just that line of the tail slowing does make me think that maybe Cooper's going to understand that, like, oh, he wanted to throw the ball for me. He was going to, but something didn't let him. You know, this might be my master's body, but he's not. Something else is in him. You know, the way that, you know, some people are like, oh, the dog can sense the ghosts, or like, I don't know if they've ever said that, like, dogs know when someone's possessed, but I feel like that could be in a horror story, and I would be like, oh yeah, that makes sense, you know. if someone's like, oh, he knows when the demon, you know, when the demon's driving whoever, this person that's possessed, the dog knows the difference, you know, it can tell. I would totally buy that. I did. I screamed inside my skull, but my lips only whispered, "I love you." She whispered it back, not to me, to it. I don't know when I truly disappeared. There wasn't one moment, no dramatic collapse into unconsciousness, no final gasp of resistance. It was smaller than that, quieter, insidious. I started noticing that the world was happening without me needing to be there for it. The kids laughed, my wife smiled, the house stayed clean, work stayed flawless, and every time someone thanked me, the praise floated past, landing on a body I no longer owned. I kept slipping inch by inch into the water. The last day, the real last day, I felt it before I understood it. I was walking Cooper again, the same route, the same autumn smell, the porch where purple liquid once stripped and healed me before it hollowed me. Cooper circled in the grass, doing his ritual. I braced for the sight of myself moving without me. But this time, nothing happened. My body didn't move. It didn't reach for the bag. It didn't step forward. It stood perfectly still because I hadn't told it otherwise. A whisper moved through me, not words, but understanding. You've given me all the things you didn't want, a life without burden. Now give me peace, rest. It wasn't threatening, it was tender, as if it believed what it was doing was merciful. I felt the drift hit its end. I wasn't treading water anymore. I was sinking. The world above rippled, distorted, softening at the edges. Through the surface, I watched my body kneel, scratch Cooper behind the ear, and smile the smile my wife loves, the one I hadn't felt in weeks. It turned toward home, my home, and I floated down, slow, quiet, settling into the dark like silt. Not drowning, not struggling, just letting go. Finally understood the beginning, the drifting, the questions. Was I happier when I was connected? Who was I yesterday? Who will I be tomorrow? The answers were simple now. Yesterday I was the man on the dock. Today I am in the water. Tomorrow I will be nothing more than a reflection he never thinks to look for. And as the last of me slipped away, I smiled, not because I was free, but because what I left behind was finally, undeniably happier without me. Damn, that's haunting. Very subtle horror, very good, I think, like take on, dementia or just like losing yourself and wondering if, like, in the process of losing yourself, are you losing, because it says that it's happier without him. It says that, his family seems to be happier and his work is going good. So it's almost like when you lose yourself, are you losing all the parts of yourself that, like, you don't like, or, when you're not, like, when you're not experiencing the things that you don't want to do, are you just not even alive anymore? Like, because that's where it becomes like so kind of insidious, is that it's like this thing took over his life, but no one really noticed. It's not like it took over his life and then murdered his family, right? No, it just kind of took him over slowly, by first making him doing the things that he didn't want to do, and then later doing the things that he did, and then, so his consciousness was the only thing that he really kind of lost. But then at the same time, it's like, well, isn't that everything? And it's interesting. It's almost like it could be like a possession or something. And it's like, yeah, he just got hollowed out and eventually replaced, you know, whether it's an alien, whether it's a, you know, it could be so many things, demon, whatever, but it's like he got hollowed out, replaced, and there's really was no repercussions other than he's just not conscious anymore for his life. He's not there, you know, the lights aren't on, or no one's home. The lights are on, but no one's home, you know? And so that's kind of just a haunting concept to think about. It's like, you know, how, like, let's say this is a demon, right? And this is just what demons do, and they don't actually, like, fuck up, make people start speaking Latin and floating on the ceiling or whatever, but they just take over people and then act exactly like those people were acting, and even arguably do their lives better than the original person could before. And so we have all these people walking around who are technically just demons, but are just going about human lives because they're like, this is great compared to what I had before in hell. This is awesome. I can just walk around and enjoy life, you know, and they're just enjoying it with your skin on. That's creepy. I don't like that. You know, that's fucking, of some psychiatric conditions, maybe a teensy bit like DID or just major depression taking over. Yeah, and I think it is. I think it is referencing all those things too, because, you know, at first it's like doing all the stuff he doesn't want, and then the last time when he kind of gains this consciousness, you know, it's like when Cooper's, you know, when the dog's pooping and he's waiting for the body to just go over and pick it up, but it doesn't. And then it's like, you given me all the, a whisper moved through me, no words but understanding. You given me all the things you didn't want, a life without burden. Now give me peace, rest. It was tender, as if it believed what it's doing was merciful. And so now it's just saying like, oh, I got this. I'll take it from here, you know, don't worry. And so it's, yeah, it's almost like, yeah, it's just saying like, oh, let the depression or whatever it is, like, just let it take you, and it'll do a better job, you know, it'll do a better job than you. And it's like, it's best for you to just go to sleep and never wake up, you know, just go back to it. Yeah, or what it's like, that's what I was gonna say, or what it's like to be on the wrong SSRI. LOL, shit is easy but passionless. Yeah, it's like, yeah, and that's what I was thinking, or it was like being on, you know, unwillingly, like being on medication, like the way a lot of people describe, like, well, I was on this crap and it just made me feel, you know, like a zombie or whatever, but, and they hate it, but then you ask like the people in their lives or whatever, and they're like, well, I thought he was doing much better on the medication, or everything seemed a lot better. And it's like, yeah, well, it might have seemed that way, but yeah, the passion was gone. The, you know, without those highs and lows, at least somewhat, you know, that's how people feel alive, right? Whether it's sadness or whether it's great joy. And a lot of people don't want to flatten those out because they're like, I would rather feel the extreme, and this is more about like bipolar and stuff, but I'd rather feel the extreme highs and the low lows than just meh all the time. And you can understand that, right? Yeah, the apathy. Yeah, definitely haunting, and haunting how it kind of gets there through what seems like supernatural means, or at least at first with like the cut and the healing and stuff. But then it really just kind of turns inward into this like melancholic disassociation from your own life, where you could argue that, like, consciousness, this great thing that we put such high esteem on as humans, we're like, is it really helping us? Because if you're trapped so often by your own thoughts, and you can't escape your own thoughts, and your thoughts are, making you only focus on the negative or whatever, then is that better than if you just weren't as conscious or as like sentient, and if you just went about your life and did what you needed to do and got shit done, and then enjoyed the parts that you could enjoy? Like, would that be maybe better? Like, is this prison of like human thought and contemplation, is it benefiting you overall? And I would say in this story, it poses that question. Obviously, I think that it does overall. It is a good thing to be able to be conscious and whatever, but you need those negatives too. You need those struggles, because without them, you're not going to be living, really. You're just going to be in a state of like pleasure responses, and only just, it's kind of like with addiction. It's like, if you only live in that state, you're just going to, or in that state, you're just going to have a need, and then you're going to want that need satisfied, or you're going to want to control your feelings all the time, to the point where any little thing that doesn't go your way is just going to be the end of the world. And then even the good things that do go your way, they don't feel as good, because all you care about is like the drug, so to speak. So I think it's really a mental, it's really a psychological horror. I think it really poses interesting philosophical questions. And it's just a fun story. And I can see obviously I haven't read Flowers for Algernon, but I could see the reference in it, and why why it's just kind of like a brutal, subtle whatever hollowing out of a person, and how when you take away that, like, that anxious part of yourself, it's like, you might be a lot happier, but you're not really you. You know what I mean? I think it poses a lot of interesting things like that too, like about, how much of your anxiety is just anxiety, or is it you? Are we our thoughts? Are we what we consciously perceive, or are we more our actions? Stuff like that. So, very cool story though. I enjoyed it. I think it definitely went in a much different way than I thought. I mean, I thought it would be about like mental regression and mental stuff like that, but it went in more of just a simple, unbecoming sort of a way, whereas I thought it would be more of like, oh, at first everything was great and I was super smart and I could heal myself, but then later I lost it all and my life fell apart. That's kind of where I thought it was going, but it was so much more subtle, and it was very, very interesting how it got to that weird introspective, horrifying place. But yeah, I say hell yeah. I say, flowers for Algernon, Algernon for flowers. Very cool. Chaser B, great short story. I think if all your stories can kind of get to this weird, like, introspective, philosophically horrifying place, I think that more people are gonna want to read your stuff, because there's stories that are like entertaining, right, and are just more like, oh, this monster was crazy and it did this crazy thing and people are dying and blah blah blah. There's that type of story, and then there's the stories that really kind of are a little bit of a mind fuck and maybe aren't as fun in the traditional, like, popcorn movie sort of way, but are, more like liminal and haunting. And that's where I think this story kind of lives in. And I want to see more, cuz it's definitely it's hard to do, and it's fun, and I think that these concepts can stick with you for a long time, as well as just the story might stick with you. But I think the concepts and philosophical questions it asks are really what are going to stick with people and kind of keep them up at night, and you get really creepy scenes too, like the creature inside of our narrator, like petting the wife's hair, just like little things like that are creepy in a visceral, like, movie scene sort of way. But then there's the questions, like I said, that are just very haunting. So shout out to Chaser B, 1997. Yeah, they wrote this 8 months ago on Tales from the Creeps. I don't know if they've written any other stories. I'm just looking at their posts real quick. Looks like they do a lot of, like, different stuff. But yeah, it's cool. I think, oh no, they got some stuff on No Sleep. Oh, Assessment. So they've written something 3 months ago. So go check out their other stories. They've written a few things. Snowblind, it looks like, is another one. They've got some stories on No Sleep even. So this one's got 112 upvotes. So that's great. Shout out to them. Although I hate personally No Sleep, I think it's an achievement anytime somebody can get a story posted to No Sleep and then it actually stays up. I think that's cool. So shout out to them. And yeah, it looks like Assessments is maybe still up too. So yeah, shout out to Chaser B, 1997. That was great and simple and short too. So, like, to where, like, that is what so many people, I think, set out to write a short story, but then they very quickly are like, I gotta add all these characters and do all this, and it really starts to get out of the realm of short story, whereas that story stayed in it and only gave us the information that we needed to know, and really got us to those horrifying moments without having the scene where, like, he goes to work and he, whatever, crushes the meeting that he's not there for. I think that somebody could have, I think a different writer maybe could have stretched that story a lot longer, and ultimately made it not any more effective. Like, I probably would have done that stuff, like I said, or I would have had the moments where he's like a superhuman, for no reason, but instead you kept it really simple and subtle, and I really like that. So shout out to Chaser B, 1997. That was great. Yeah, I enjoyed that one. Okay, so next, since Boots is here, we're going to read Boots' story, but then we will also get into, I think, Devil's Den Part 4 after Boots' story. So I just realized I didn't talk about all the stories I'm going to read on this stream, so I'm going to talk about, we are going to do a continuation of Devil's Den from Howler of the Hills, so that is another story we will be reading after It Gets Worse, which is a short story from ckjm, aka Boots, who is in the chat right now and is always creates bangers, always has just great stories, and great art to go along with the stories, as you can see here. I mean, this is so creepy. I think we've got like a person with like a dog or a cat. No, it definitely looks more like a dog. In like a coffin, like decaying, and then I don't know, it's just like an arm with like intestines, and I don't know what that is, but it looks like some sort of like a tube of some kind, like a, yeah, I don't know. And then we see them, I don't know, like hiding behind right here, which is weird. And then they're on fire. They're just bones on fire here. Then there's a coffin with a crown on it over here too. So, and then with a cat standing outside of the coffins. So, yeah, I mean, clearly this is just going to be some sort of a descent into, like the title says, it gets worse. So something bad's going to happen, and then it's only going to get worse from there is kind of where I take it. So, yeah, this will be the next story we read. But shout out to Boots too, especially, obviously they've done artwork and stuff for me on my channel, but they're an amazing artist, and they have a Ko-Fi, so go follow them, tip them. They do awesome like CREEPCAST art, you know, they do story artwork that's just really fucking cool in this black and white style that I really love. You just get like great scenes like that. Like, look at that, a boxer with just like this creepy hat, Slender Man-esque creature. So good. I love it. So yeah, just go check them out, go support them. You know, maybe if you need some artwork done, think about them. You know, maybe they would do a commission or whatever. Obviously that's up to them, but I'm just saying that they do some pretty badass work here, so it's definitely worth looking into. And yeah, let's get back to the story here. Sorry, I got off of it. So yeah, this is It Gets Worse from ckjm. They're also ckjm on Reddit too, so some of their stuff, you know, they still have posts and stuff on Reddit. They have, actually, I have the library. That's the other thing I wanted to show. I knew I was. The boxer is, I beat the shit out of the Hat Man. It made its rounds on, and that's funny. I like that, on CREEPCAST. But yeah, this is their library kind of post, so you can see the gallery of like all their stories. And they even shout out my channel on there. They have obviously other YouTubers who have done like narrations of their work. Crawl was one that was really good that I listened to. Ooh, there's a sequel to Crawl coming soon. That's great. Great news. But yeah, audio version by RedDeathMask, as you can see here. So shout out to them for putting a link to my stuff in there. But yeah, they've got a lot of stories, as you can see. I mean, we're still scrolling. So some kind of longer, some kind of shorter, but all sorts of stuff. They've also got, which I haven't checked out yet, but they've got this like choose your own adventure I think it's called Night Drive story. And I haven't clicked on it yet, but I pulled it up because I was like, oh, that's cool. So yeah, you just click here and then it starts. Yeah, so here I don't want to spoil it for anyone because I want people to go do it, but very cool to see all the stuff that Boots is up to. All right. So it gets worse. Here, I'm going to run to the bathroom real quick, and then we will get right into the story. You can never tell on Ko-Fi. It's kind of hard to tell because the writing's a bit bigger and stuff. But yeah, it's a longer-ish story. I don't think it'll be super duper long, but I will be right back. Don't go anywhere. The Red Death Mask stream. Enjoy Midwest Angelica Creep TV.
If it was a real, I don't want to call it, they'd say, what?
Huh?
Sir, you have to speak up.
Calm down.
So you
calm
can tell
down.
the guys,
we're going to be there. Just calm down.
What is happening? Hello? Speak up,
I need you to be louder.
All right, Jerry, never
Do
mind.
not
Don't
hang
go.
up the phone.
Jerry, don't go. I'm talking to a goddamn whisperer here. Sir, speak up.
Did you fall away from the phone?
Yeah.
Follow the sound of my voice.
Yeah, sir.
Beep.
Sir.
Beep.
Has like an air horn. The cultists, they're coming near me.
Leadle.
Uh-oh, pagan ritual mention. Hunty likes that.
There we go. It's right
Bingo
up,
card.
right
Get your bingo
right up
cards
your
out,
alley.
bitches.
There you go. Everyone get your
Love
cards
pagan
out.
rituals.
I'm gonna. You like to play bingo? You want to play bingo? I like bingo. My son Benjamin Goldblum. He loves bingo.
Officer Sam Page, Officer Andrew Webster. Okay, so the two officers are responding to sacrifices going on at the church. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, it's oops.
Do you like when people do the redacted thing on these videos?
It depends. I think it works here.
Okay.
Because we don't know what the other source is, right?
Okay.
Which I guess we're gonna find out. Depends on how much they redact.
Ray O'Connor? Are you in
Is
here,
that
boy?
you, Ray? Is this in the Sistine Chapel? What kind of church is this?
It's a huge fucking church.
Super tall, yeah.
I think maybe it was just the warp lens that made it look weird. We're talking about Officer Andrew
Maybe.
Webster.
Oh.
Nice little, a gift of the blood of an angel. Sick.
Let's go.
Phantom in its appearance, but inside churned with flesh and blood of the stars.
No.
The blessed walk in silence,
No.
blissfully closer to his sacred realm. Ascended beyond mortals,
Yes.
we have become obstacles of Azazel. Azazel? How do you say Azazel?
Apostles.
Azazel? Yeah, I meant to say apostles. I'm a fucking idiot.
Azazel.
Azazel.
Yeah. We've become apostles. of
Altar. An offering of souls to the body of the fallen.
Azazel. Let's go. This is so me.
Reconstruction of God's realm.
Yes.
Infinite in its cycle of life.
Yes.
Death, but a moment of passing of time.
Let's go.
He is infinity incarnate. I love that.
Inside the flesh and blood of the stars.
Ray O'Connor?
Is that
you?
Mr. O'Connor?
I want to see the guy fucking the dog again. This is the last known appearance of Officer Sam Page. I love
Did
this.
you get the butter yet for the dog?
Yeah. Now, here's the thing, Officer Andrew Webster. You'll get me a pint of honey and a raw stick of butter, and we'll be just fine.
Officer, I don't see what the problem is. If we're going to eat animals, then we might as well. Like he's doing all like the Twitter justification for it.
Oh my God! Get on the ground! Okay, well now I think you're twisting my words. Paige's body is yet to be recovered. This feels a lot like Flesh That Hates, whatever. I love this idea of like now a cult forming around like this new age religion of this alien. Pretty sick.
It goes so hard.
Officer Webster continues outside to search for the source of the disturbance. He hears barks.
Well, I guess he's down in the flesh bog at the end of town. I told him to quit.
I'm going to
doing
be
that.
completely honest. There was a giant flesh pit with people humming. Oh, sick. Holy shit. Holy shit.
Dude!
Do you think that's living? Falling for we're taking of the object?
That this is what is happening.
Is that Azazel? Oh shit!
Yes! Did you see what its head looked like?
Yeah, it's a goat.
Yo, that's people's bodies. Look at that. It's people's bodies fused into it.
So sick.
Yo.
Oh, thanks, Boots. No, I know that I know you shout me out multiple times in this. I guess it's so hell yeah, brother. I put these here intent to motivate myself. Yeah, I was like, I didn't see the shout out at the very tippy top. Here maybe I had I might have had because I pulled that up like days ago. So maybe if you've changed it, uncomfortable grunts with a look of displeasure. Red. That is funny. I didn't say anything else about your story. I just did uncomfortable grunts with a look of displeasure. That's funny though. I like that. I definitely like that. Hell yeah. Sorry. So yeah, once I refreshed it, this popped up. So I see. That's awesome. Yeah, sometimes I do that. Like if I'm gonna stream whatever, I pick out my stories like a few days before, and then I just have the links just sitting in a window. So yeah, that's probably why it didn't pop up. But anyways, let's get into the story. It gets worse. I hate therapy, I thought. My friends begged me to go. Their plea evolved into a demand by the time that they were done and wiped their teary eyes. Oh, I get it. It's kind of like it's an intervention sort of a thing, a therapy intervention. Oh, it's definitely fitting. No, Boots. Like Boots says, oh, I thought it was fitting for all the times I've made you feel grossed out. Oh, yeah, it's definitely fitting for the, looks uncomfortable and grunts description. That's definitely a fair description of my commentary on your work, but I was just like, there's nothing else that I said that was, positive or whatever, but I like it. It's funny. I think it's better, especially because you see these sections when like on books where it's like, it's called the greatest modern story of the blah, blah, blah. And it's like, that's cool, but I never really, the book is trying to sell itself, right? And so I like it way more when people put those funny things on like covers of books where they're like, where they're like, yeah, an okay story by an okay writer, from like blah blah blah, some famous author, where they're shit like that. Very always makes me laugh. So I like this this interpretation of my commentary. Yeah, I was like, there was actually trying to look to see if I had the Liquid Death can. We recently got Liquid Death at my work, but they have in all their small font that's on the can that's like, just boilerplate, like blah blah blah. This drink is, made of this and whatever. It's like, Liquid Death was just it's very funny. All the small text that they put on it. It's like, this is recommended by doctors and by people who are not doctors or something like that. And it's like, and by regular people too. And I always love that. I love when companies or writers or publishers just have fun with like that kind of boilerplate nonsense. Usually, that's all. It's always way better. Because it's like, you're taking the time to put these words down. You might as well have, even if they are just saying, do not redistribute this or whatever, even if it's just like legalese, it's like, you might as well make it fucking entertaining, in case somebody reads it, or just because you're taking the time to do it. Like, why just copy and paste the same legalese everyone puts before shit? They had, with teary eyes, they had threatened to call 911. They knew about the gun, the pills, the liquor, but all the screaming came to an end when we found middle ground in the form of a support group that met on Tuesday nights at the community rec hall. Agreeing to it shut them up. It wasn't quite therapy, I reminded myself, but it felt just as unpleasant. Well, it sounds like group therapy, to be honest. I mean, maybe it's not ran by a therapist, so it can't be specifically called therapy, but always peak. Absolutely right, rude dude. Always peak. Well, and one thing I was going to say just about this beginning is like, these friends are very good friends to be like, it seems like they staged an literal intervention for this person, and that they threatened to call 911 because they knew that this person had a gun, pills, liquor, which I assume just means that they're drinking and had probably enough alcohol to just kill themselves or drink themselves into oblivion. But yeah, I was like, God damn, these are good friends to do this, and to I don't know, to find a solution to like even meet. And because usually when somebody stages an intervention, the only way out of the intervention, other than just saying fuck you, I never want to see any of you again, which is like the negative. Obviously, that's the way people don't want interventions to go usually. But the only other way out of it is to like usually go to the facility or whatever the treatment plan that's created by the people who have staged the intervention, not to do something that is like middle ground, or, you know. So the fact that they like did that, or that they went through all the trouble to stage this intervention and then are like, okay, you can just go to the support group that meets on Tuesday nights. Like, I don't know, just very understanding. I'm not saying that like it's unbelievable. I think I'm more just being like, the fact that they were at their wits' end enough with this person, but cared enough about them to be like, we're either going to call 911 and like have you committed, or, you know, you have to make a change. And then the fact that they let this person have like some agency and some control over what their recovery or what their next steps look like. It's just interesting. And the fact that these are their friends, it says, it doesn't even say like family or anything, I think is just, again, a testament to that they're good friends, you know. And I'm already not liking our narrator, because it's like agreeing to it shut them up. And it's like, well, they weren't just talking your ear off, being like, you're being really annoying how you're always talking about like guns and like pills and, you know, sewer slide. Like, you're just, you're kind of grouchy and just like, you're not fun to be around. It's like, it doesn't seem like they came off that way at all, but it seems like that's how this person is like taking it. It's like agreeing to it shut them up. It wasn't, but anyways, back to the story. It wasn't quite therapy, I reminded myself, but it felt just as unpleasant. I figured in a few sessions they'd lose interest and assume that I'd been successfully indoctrinated into the watchful arms of my equally broken and mourning peers. So now mourning. So this is interesting, because this is the first hint we get that there's maybe some outside trauma or something, which there's always trauma, but that there's a loss that caused this person to go down this dark rabbit hole of like potential self-harm, you know? Of my equally broken and mourning peers. Then I could stop going when they were no longer paying attention. I'd make an effort to smile a bit more so they'd think that they had saved my life. If they asked, I'd say it was going well, and then they'd give me the space that I wanted all along. It was distracting in a pitiful way, at least. It was distracting in a pitiful way, at least. I'd rather be at home hiding under a blanket, quietly mad at the world by myself, but I'd be fine either way. Just at the moment, I was in the thick of it, that's all. The grief group, as I'd come to call it, was small. A few meetings I'd attended were only a handful of core regulars and a few transient faces that I never saw again. I wondered if they had been forced to go like I was, but bailed quicker than I had the luxury. This Tuesday was no different. I hunched forward nonchalantly, swirled my now cold coffee in its paper cup, while the man beside me, Steve, spoke in stern, careful words. He was wrapping up his monologue. He was a good man. His voice hitched. Emotion visibly boiled up inside him, and he tensed, waving his fist in the air. It's bullshit that he had to die. Steve was a fireman. and an old head at that. He wore the scars that any smoke eater would be proud to carry, but the sinew of his grief never quite healed. And the wound was raw even years later. Surely his department paid for better options. Why he joined our sorry rank baffled me. He could be in a cozy office with a professional that toted a degree and prestigious reviews, resting in a plush ottoman with sparkling mineral water, not slumped in a wobbly plastic chair in a tired building that smelled vaguely of cat piss, led by a burned out priest with a cup of watered down Folgers. Very good imagery, Boots. I love this. So accurate to like how these meetings go. Of course, my experience is more of like AA and NA meetings, but very similar, not entirely similar in like these grief counseling groups are, you know, they're to help you grieve. They'll teach you about the stages of grief. They'll try to get you through the maybe 5 stages of grief. And they're just, you know, they're just a place for you to share what you're going through, similar to, you know, AA or NA meetings. But, I mean, just nailing all the watered down Folgers, the burned out priest, vague smells of cat piss, all these are very true to form. And then even like, I know Boots, you know, I know has experience with working with like EMS and stuff. I'm trying to be vague on purpose, but I really like how this mention of smoke eater. He wore the scars that any smoke eater would be proud to carry. Cause yeah, I've heard that phrase before, but I've heard it when cops are referring to firemen and they're like, those smoke eaters aren't gonna blah. Cause there's this rivalry between cops and firemen that's very funny. And I've always kind of enjoyed just myself. And yeah, it's just funny to me that they have, I don't know if you'd call them slurs, but you know, whatever, that they have nicknames for each other is very funny. Yeah, I've always thought if you took like almost a Reno 911-esque like approach to it, I've always thought a comedy about firemen and cops would be very, very funny. And I'm sure maybe there are some out there. I just don't know off the top of my head, but yeah, I love it too. I think it's not only is it badass, like if I was a fireman, I would call myself a smoke eater and I would wear it. That's what I mean. Like slur's not quite right. It's more of just like a nickname, but yeah, it's badass. It's a great title. You know what I mean? Super cool. And ultimately, that's where a lot of this rivalry comes from, I think, between cops and firemen, is just that cops are like, well, we like protect and serve and we have guns and we catch bad guys, so we should be the ones who are liked more in society. That's where it comes, I think, is from jealousy from the police angle of it. Or that's where a lot of it comes from. And firemen are just like, oh, like, but we're heroes too, and we help people too, and you know, also, you know, people aren't scared of us, and that's a plus, you know? And so it really just boils down to that, and that they're both like, and that they're constantly stepping on each other's toes, right? Like, police roll up to a house, and they're like, we got a call, you know, someone with a gun, and they're like, well, the house is on fire, you know? We got a call that we're here to put out the fire, and so just automatically you're going to have conflict, right, between those two. I counted the coffee grounds in the dregs of my semi-translucent brew. I added another to the tally as I rolled one over my teeth. But who was I to judge? He was here, so was I. However, he, more than any of us, had a right to be sad. The rest of us? The junkie, self-inflicted. The workaholic, weird. The dog mom, just insane, to be honest. Myself, it's life. Steve broke down. You shouldn't have died, he choked, holding his scrunched face in his hands while the frail young addict beside him gently rubbed his back. Steve welcomed the embrace. Grief group's leader, the priest, offered his condolences and thanked Steve for sharing. Others agreed and offered their heartfelt, brief words as well. Good. I'm excited. My point in saying all this stuff about Smoke Eater is that I'm enjoying it so far. I'm very bought in, and yeah, it's fun. I like the characters. Even like just a burnt out priest. Yeah, just depending on if he's like a Catholic priest or what. We don't know, but I totally get the vibe, and it's like for the priest, it's like this is the one. He maybe has a congregation of like 20 people, and maybe half of them show up every time, and so it's like this is the second most exciting thing he does every week is this grief group, or something like that. Oh, the rivalry. I mean, okay. Well, yeah, yeah, no. Well, I mean, they play. Yeah, of course, it's silly. It's like they play they play fucking softball and shit. But anyways, then followed the transitional phase as the focus began to switch targets. This was the most anxiety-inducing part for me. Modern therapy no longer forced patients to speak. Nonetheless, I dreaded the minuscule chance that I'd be summoned to speak. To my relief, a mouse of a woman spoke up instead. When you mentioned how he was the light through all the bad you've seen, he continued, just reminded me so much of Chester. I know he was just a dog. Emily, Steve interrupted, speaking reassuringly. Sorrow isn't a competition. If you're here, then you're hurting, just as much as I am. He smiled through his tears, and her eyes welled up in response. He returned a big, snotty grin and thanked him for his kindness, wishing that he had been the firefighter that responded to her own tragedy once upon a time. They had connected on some bizarre level, and the group leader praised the point about sorrow, that it couldn't be ranked or scaled. My coffee cup was empty now, but I desperately hoped that it would magically replenish itself. I stared wide-eyed into the empty vessel. Steve was a saint. I would have been furious if Emily related my story to her crusty dog. Yeah. That would be pretty easy to do. It would be pretty easy to. Everyone else is there because they've lost people, right? Whether it's whatever. It would be very, very easy to single out the person who's there for an animal and be like, it's not the fucking same thing, Oh God. So it's fun. It makes her a good kind of heel in the situation. But yeah, it's funny, and again, Steve is a snake because of course Steve is like, I lost a brother and who died saving lives. You lost a dog who choked on pizza crust, you know? We're both hurting, you know? I like that the comparison of the two. I tuned them out, leaning forward and studying the faded pattern of the dingy floor, but my eyes wandered to my right. Beside me was a woman I didn't recognize, another transient. But, color me curious, she was the oddest in the bunch to ever wander through. Overdressed, she wore a cream suit and pencil skirt that fit her in a way that only a high-end tailor could create. A deep red blouse vibrantly emanated from her chest, like a bleeding heart. And her satin flats complemented the color. Her skin was tan and smooth, and her face impossibly perfect. Her long silver blonde hair was tied neatly behind her head as she perched with perfect posture, keenly and wordlessly observing the group like a lioness. I couldn't help but feel nervous beside her. I watched her gently through the corner of my eye. When she abruptly averted her gaze to lock with mine, smirking, I flinched. "I'm sorry," I whispered, searching for an excuse. I like your suit," I lied. My face grew hot with blush. She smiled back sharply, and with narrow, tight lips, she leaned into me, whispering, "It gets worse." That's fucking creepy. I caught myself mid-breath. I recoiled. I expected her to express gratitude or mutter where she got it, but her words almost felt like a promise, a threat. "What?" I blurted. "Jessica," Eric, the volunteer priest, questioned. "I'm glad to finally hear you speak, but you should let Emily finish first. Then you can have all the time you need." I apologized profusely and wondered if I could hide inside my paper cup. Is this what she meant by worse? Emily picked up her spiel about Chester, how Chester filled the void when she and her husband kept getting negative pregnancy tests, how Chester loyally stood beside her when her husband was turned into a meat crayon on the interstate. Now Chester was gone. The pampered Shih Tzu barely made a meal for the eagle that took him. That took him to feed its eaglets. Oh God, you were so right, Boots. I love this. You know me too well, Boots. I mean, and it is very sad, right? It's very sad that Chester, the husband, her and the husband, they couldn't conceive. The husband, gets turned into a meat crayon on the interstate, and then. And the story has been callous up to this point, but then to have this last line about the made a meal for the eagle that took him to feed its eaglet is just so good, and it's just so I don't know, it's hilarious. Maybe that's not the response people are supposed to have, but I find that extremely funny. But I have a dark sense of humor too, so oh God, I love it. All right, I'll keep pushing through, because otherwise I'll just want to stop and laugh about that. I'd have laughed if I wasn't already trying to hide. I didn't mean to bully the woman. It's just it was a dog and the whole eagle detail, and we were all absurd dorks, clustered in a circle in our linoleum cat piss kingdom. You just couldn't make this shit up. When Emily finished, I excused myself. The meetings rarely went beyond an hour, 75 minutes tops. And we were at 52 by the time Emily stopped sobbing about the damned bird. I drink the memories of that night away like all the others, and I'd be spared remembering again for a week until Tuesday rolled around at 7 p.m. sharp. I made a point of waiting in my car until I saw someone else walk in. By my car until I saw someone else walk in. Emily. I quickly jogged up behind her so that we could enter together and I wouldn't attract all the attention to myself. She pulled the door open for me and gestured for me to enter with a warm smile. I thanked her. She was undeniably kind, too soft for this monstrous world. Inside, the core group waited in their usual haunts. Steve encouraged the young addict, Trevor, who nodded with gratitude. Richard sat quietly by himself. The bags under his eyes seemed darker than ever. And Emily and I trotted to our seats. Everyone except Eric was present. And I was surprised to see the mysterious woman in his place. I can already sense the questions. She spoke in a subtle drawl as she watched me take my seat. Oh God, no, she's taking over for the priest. Oh God, no. It gets worse. Eric couldn't make it. I'll be taking over. Leandra. My name is Leandra. She spoke factually, and although she wore an expressive smile, her eyes felt more predatory than jovial, and her words felt too calculated. We'll be trying something new tonight, she added. Her smile grew impossibly large, revealing a small smudge of dark red lipstick on her left incisor, marring her otherwise polished appearance. Without warning, the lights cut out and we were plunged into darkness. We fumbled in our normal space when a single overhead light re-illuminated with wavering brightness. It cast a gold cone around our circle, but the rest of the building was still impossibly black. To our greater surprise, Leandra was gone. Oh God, no. I love this. So now it's like it not only does it get worse, whatever, for the people, but now it's like she's a demon who found this grief group, and I don't know if she's gonna hunt them, but it's kind of giving that vibe now where it's like she's like, oh, you're sad? You miss the person? You miss whoever because they died? Well, why don't I send you along after them? You know what I mean? Creepy. I shivered, watching a wisp of my breath escape me. The light took the heat with it, apparently. The others shuddered and babbled to themselves, frustrations rising to a crescendo. But Trevor remained quiet, breathing heavily to himself in disbelief, nearly hyperventilating when he finally, slowly reached up towards a solitary snowflake. Guys? The early 20-something stammered. The others fell silent. I've been mostly sober for 7 months now, but I'll still take a hit sometimes. I took one tonight. Is this real? Well, Richard spoke with a growl, firmly slapping his hand on his thighs to push himself to standing. He had a low calibrated tolerance for bullshit. Fuck this. He repositioned his tie and moved abruptly towards the general direction of the door, disappearing into the shadows. Emily and Steve rushed after him out of concern, but I was paralyzed in place, watching Trevor's frantic breath escape his hooded face like a factory exhaust. I'll be right back. I finally spoke, dumbly lost in words and actions. I slipped through the darkness beyond our space and found myself inexplicably lost. I called to the others, but I heard nothing in response. I spun to gain my bearings and realized all the obvious landmarks of the tired rec room were gone. The coffee corner, the little office area, the closet rack, all lost. Even the halo of our circle of chairs had vanished. I panicked. Oh, that's creepy. See, and I like that too, because I got the sense as soon as this light came on that they were like all of a sudden in a liminal space. Like, you know, they weren't necessarily in that same room anymore. But I really like how, like, as soon as you leave that cone of light, like, you know, it's like a sound barrier too. It's like you're completely cut off from it, and then you're just in the darkness. And so without the actual room and without any light to see, yeah, it's just creepy. It's fun because sometimes you go, I have to say that, like, and maybe it hasn't been mentioned quite this way in this story, but maybe we'll get there. There is something eerie about, like, a lot of, and not eerie, like, creepy, yes, but there's something eerie about going to these churches or these community centers and whatever where they have meetings like this, because they're big open spaces. You know, a lot of times they're in a church. Maybe they're even in the church's, like, main meeting room or whatever. But a lot of times, yeah, they you know, they're just empty, and so they're these big open rooms that are hollow, or even these small little, like, basements or whatever. And yeah, it's almost kind of like the back rooms or something, in that, like, yeah, a lot of times there is like a little office off in the corner, or yeah, a coat rack, kind of like it mentions, you know, just like little stuff like that. Or I remember there was one church that we had meetings in, and, like, not only was it just a weird, because it was just a building that the church rented, like, it was like a relatively newer church. It wasn't, and it was like back behind, like, the same building that, like, grocery stores and stuff were in, but it was like kind of at the corner where they're, like, you know, in the back alleyway almost, where there, like, weren't a lot of, you know, all the stores and stuff were on the other side, the front side, and you went in through this door, and there was a whole downstairs area, but that was like storage or something for a store, and you just immediately went up the stairs. And then once you go up the stairs, you, like, pass all the chairs and then go into the main room where they have the church services, right? But that's the room that the meeting met in. And in there's like a coffee pot and stuff. But then if you wanted to go to the bathroom, you had to stay upstairs, but you had to walk, like, the opposite direction of where the main room is. And then you had to go through, like, 5 different rooms, I swear. You had to go through, like, like a bigger kitchen, a smaller kitchen, and then, like, another office space. And then eventually you finally got to this room that was a bathroom, and it was so weird because it was like they slapped this bathroom together with, like, missing pieces of other back rooms, because the type of urinal it had was like a troughed urinal that they would have at like a big sporting event where they put like the ice, or like a gross dive bar where they put the ice in it and shit. It's literally, its urinal was like that. And then it had another straight up urinal next to it that had tape over it that was like, you cannot use this one. So it was like, clearly this one went out of order and they just slapped in this like extra one next to it. And then there was a toilet and a sink or whatever. And it was like one of these tin urinals that were like, it's from a sporting event place. It seemed like a, stadium. And so, yeah, I'm just saying that like the story hasn't fully gone into that, but it's really giving me, because it's a place where meetings happened in, it already has an eeriness. Like, I'm already picturing these big open ceilings. And then when I saw the cone of light go down, it just turns off all the open space around it. And so it's just all that much more terrifying, because you do know that, like, okay, if I walk out of this cone, I'm going to have to walk for a while before I hit a wall or something. Like, it is just open space on the other side of that light. But it's an unfamiliar enough place that you're like, I can't just keep walking and find the door directly. Like, no, I'm going to be lost. The free sample construction project. Essentially, yes. And my point is that there's just, meetings always have, even if they're in a nice church or whatever, they always have some element of this where like things are repurposed or whatever. And yeah, it just adds, there's just an uncanniness and unsettling nature to it that makes this story about like this demon trapping these people or whatever it is, it just cranks it up that one more notch. It takes it from a 9 to a 10, or from a 10 to an 11. And it, to me, and yeah, that's because I'm relating it to my own lived experience. But I think a lot of people have that, whether or not they go to meetings or whatever. It's like they've been to a church when it's empty, and it is creepy, right? Like, there is that undeniable creep factor to it. So yeah, anyway, sorry, I know that was kind of a long tangent, but halo, even the halo of our circle of chairs had vanished. I panic. I failed as whispers and hushed laughter spun around me on secret currents, slowly closing the gap. All the while I could hear a family voice growing louder and louder. Abandon it. It spoke barely above a whisper, so quietly perhaps it was only a phantom thought. You abandoned him. Louder. You abandoned him, Jessica, yelling now. Its breath and spittle brushed against my neck. It was practically on top of me. I punched blindly and stumbled, but I could see the light of our small haven far in the distance once again. I jumped to my feet and ran while the sinister whispers chased me. Once inside the light, I realized Trevor had slumped to the floor. He was blue as a corpse, and I would have thought he had died had he not gasped lightly when I grabbed him. His skin was cold and stiff. I never wanted this, he spoke slowly between weak shivers. It calmed the noise in my head. 14. I was only 14 when I had my first hit. Since then, I overdosed 3, 4, 5 times. I've lost count. Why are you telling me this? I interrupted. He continued undeterred by my tactless stupor. But I told my buddies that when you overdosed, none of it hurt anymore. It just felt like falling asleep in a snowstorm. His teeth chattered and the snow began to accumulate on top of us in thick sheets. Each of them fell asleep in the snow, and I found them cold and blue with a needle still in their veins. And now I can't even be better for them and stay sober myself, he grimaced. Trevor, I realized. That was the first time that I called his name in the few weeks that I'd known him. No, man, you made one mistake. It'll be okay. You're still talking and breathing. Wait, is this? No, man. Yeah. No, man, you made one mistake. It'll be okay. You're still talking and breathing. That's better than most folks that get Narcaned. Trevor slowly mimed the action of the needle in the crook of his arm and grinned pitifully, but his humor faded as the icy blue vein spread across his arm where the imaginary needle would have been. He screamed in horror. I panicked and grabbed his arm, thinking I could stop its spread, but to my horror, when I jerked and squeezed his limb shattered like an icicle. I lost my balance when his arm released and my foot splayed out, kicking him by accident. Trevor exploded into 100 frigid crystals and scattered around me. My first startled instinct was to grab one of the pieces, as if I could reassemble him. But the hope faded quickly as the pieces slipped through my fingers and shattered more. It says our character drinks every night. I mean, this is clearly like a very visceral, real horror story, but I almost did wonder if she was going to all of these meetings and stuff drunk or drinking, like just drinking heavily all the time. It's like they could be hallucinating, which would be interesting. It's like if all this ended up being a crazy fucking alcohol fever dream. But either way, I love it. I mean, that Trevor just exploding and that whole speech about how him like telling his friends what it was like when he overdosed and then them all dying of overdoses, I assume, and almost like he killed them by being like, "Oh, you don't feel anything. It's just like going to sleep in a blizzard." And then he starts to basically like go to sleep in a blizzard or starts to just freeze and then he just shatters. That's fucking awesome visuals. I love it. But the hope faded quickly as the pieces slipped through my fingers and shattered more. The air began to warm, and the shards of Trevor grew increasingly slick as they melted. When the others found their way back, there was nothing left but a puddle and myself sprawled across it. "Where's Trevor?" Steve asked, his face wrought with worry. "Abandon him," the voice ran through my mind. "Gets worse." Another. "He's dead," I spoke flatly, watching the water drip from my arm. I was wringing my sleeves when Leandra reappeared. One minute, I scanned the empty seat where Trevor usually sat. The next, she rested comfortably, legs crossed astutely and wearing the same manic smile she had before. The group shifted uncomfortably. I steadied my heart and observed her. She was worse for wear, and her skin sagged. Her flawless complexion sported liver spots and blemishes, and her kept hair was a mess with stray ends and flyaways. Makeup clumped in the crow's feet beside her eyes. Her white suit was dull, and I couldn't help but notice her teeth seemed sharper in her wicked grin. Steve quickly moved in to question, no, demand answers. He steamrolled her, yelling and hurling his anger at her. Leandra's facade cracked but a moment, and her grin morphed into a pursed frown. "We'll get to you in time, fireman," she spoke, shooting him away. To my surprise, he abruptly sat. "There's no flame to extinguish but your own. Best douse that fiery heart of yours until later." Her smile returned and she brushed a fleck from her lap. "Now, Richard," her face whipped at a breakneck speed to the middle-aged man. "You choose your words carefully. You don't say much, but you say enough. What was so gut-wrenching about being fired from a job you hated?" "I wasn't fired." Leandra raised an eyebrow. "I was let go." She nodded empathetically. "And your wife still thinks that's what you're doing every day, right? And that the recent late hours are for a big project, with whispers of a promotion, right?" Her wicked grin grew wider with each word she spoke. Richard's face twisted to a look of disgust and fear. "Who are you?" "Well, I'm Leandra, of course, and I'm here for group grief." She batted her hands playfully with the phrase and winked at me. My stomach churned. "Richard, for what purpose? I mean, surely your work had to be noble to sacrifice so much of your humanity, of your soul." She leaned forward and clutched her chest. As she spoke for dramatic effect, she studied him intently. Richard sat defiantly, despite the fact that his blood pressure skyrocketed with every second in her presence. He kept his posture relaxed so as not to let her realize how deeply she terrified him. "I was an analyst," he spoke cautiously. "A financial analyst. And it just so happened that our biggest expendable cost was keeping me on." "Dastardly," Leandra hissed, shaking her head. "What was it like in the belly of that machine?" "They worked us to the bone," he calmly replied. "Fascinating," Leandra chirped as she stood. I hadn't realized how tall she was until then. Previously, she sat so compactly and properly that she took up less than one would expect. But when she stood, she stretched like a leopard, extending her powerful form in an impressive display. "Well, I'll be back. I feel like we're really getting somewhere in this group's grief." She clapped her hands together. She toyed with the words, and the simple switch was enough to turn the cheeky name into a dreadful omen. Leandra stepped into the shadows without hesitation. and quickly vanished. None of us dared chase after her for fear of getting lost in the darkness again, so we waited patiently, loathing our wet feet and confinement. Sometime later, a noise caught my attention, a gentle grinding. The rhythmic grumble lingered, moving slowly around us in the dark. Occasionally it beat. I ignored it as best as I could. Should have told her, Richard mused abruptly. My wife, I couldn't disappoint her. That wretched job took so much of me that I didn't want it to take her security too. I was going to find something better before I told her. He shook his head in defeat. I watched him silently. Steve was occupied soothing Emily. He sighed. I just didn't want to upset her. What is that fucking noise? Richard hissed. Do you hear that? He stood and approached the border of the light in darkness, cracking his neck to listen. I hear it, but I don't think we should leave the light, I spoke hesitantly. I smoke. I have a lighter and matches. It's light here. He tossed a book of matches at me. It's a printer. It's right there. I can hear it. But we have to shut that fucking thing off before I go insane. It reminds me too much of work. He stepped out of sight. Richard, wait! He was too quick, and I was too hasty myself, finding myself one step too far and enveloped in the same inky black, full of hateful whispers. I grabbed a match and sparked it to life, desperately trying to get back and keep the shadows at bay. But it burned my fingertips before I could. I lit another as I heard the whisper sneer in the abyss. I winced as the flame bit my flesh too. I lit a third. The plastic surface hit me square in the belly with force. I ran right into it and cursed. The commercial HP printer whirred, shooting countless copies out of its top as it buzzed and shimmied. I reached down to grab a sheet of the discarded papers, intending to roll one into a torch, but frowned at the distorted, wretched face it printed. Each copy was a different iteration of a scarcely human expression pressed against the scanner and screaming in agony. I shook my head and rolled the paper, illuminating the machine in front of me with a flash when I noticed that the machine was bleeding. The paneling that housed the guts of the printer oozed with thick mucus and gore. Morbid curiosity got the best of me, so I pried at the cover and it released with sticky tendrils of sanguine slime. I gasped as I saw what was underneath. Richard stared back at me. I could hardly recognize him, but his sagging eyes with those dark bags were unmistakable. He was viciously contorted. His mangled body had been eviscerated, inverted, and forced into the core of that vile device. His bones were snapped and his marrow exposed, used as scaffolding for components. His mouth had been split wide at its creases and some mechanism shoved inside. His intestines dripped. With cyan and magenta and amber, pumping the dye to his pumping the dye to his sphincters above. His lungs inflated weakly in the cramped cube, lightly feathering paper through the folds of his skin. He had been bid to operate the machine to such an intimate and literal degree. I fell backwards and slapped my hand over my mouth. My rudimentary torch began to burn out, but I could still see his desperate, bloodshot eyes in the waning light, pleading at me for mercy. What the fuck do you want me to do, Richard? I screamed at him through the tears as the torchlight snuffed. I grabbed another wad of paper to feed a fresh match. The metal ring of an overhead fire suppression caught the glint of flame. I knocked Richard over and pulled his doors off, exposing both his guts and the machines. He moaned quietly in what I presumed to be pain, muffled by plastic and screws. I'm sorry, I stopped and stood on top of him, pulled my torch at the overhead detector. The siren wailed and the torrent of water cascaded onto Richard and I. I tore my jacket off to funnel as much of the water as I could onto Richard's amalgamized electrical components in the hopes of putting him out of his misery. He sputtered and gasped briefly as the water filled the crevices of the machine, but his eyes stayed fixated on me. However, suddenly they rolled into the back of his head and sparks danced from the various mechanical elements until all the meat was flaccid and sizzling lightly. The suppression system gripped to a halt. Richard was gone. That's crazy. So that time she literally had to put him out of his misery. The other time, I guess technically she shattered Trevor, I think his name was. But so you could argue that she put Trevor out of his misery too. But like it seemed like Trevor was already turning to ice. Like he was already cold and whatever, and then he was blue and then like the vein was going up his arms and he was like in the process of completely just freezing. So I think maybe Trevor would have died anyways, but that's interesting because now it's like maybe she's gonna have to be the one to kill all, because at first I thought like, oh, the demon Leandra is just going to kill them all, but now it seems like she's going to distort each person and put them in this horrible situation, and then our main character is going to have to be the one to put them out of their misery, so to speak. And that's why I'm wondering if the "you abandon him" thing comes in, is because the person that our main character lost, the grief that they have is like they left somebody or they lost somebody that like they could have helped, or they could have stayed with them as they were dying and like helped them cross over, but instead they like left. And that's where the "you abandon him" comes from. So, "You abandon him," the voice in the void stirred. She wouldn't have let me go, even if I had known, I argued. He died alone. Didn't try. I did try. I wasn't welcomed. I lost track of how many times I'd repeated myself against the void while I tried to get back. It was maddening, the back and forth with such spiteful, with such a spiteful specter. Suddenly, I stumbled into the familiar into the familiar, palely lit space. I didn't believe it at first, that I found my way back, and Leander's distorted figure didn't soothe that disbelief. She sat calmly beside the remaining two. Her smile was wider and longer. In fact, her entire face seemed stretched as if it was a growing snout. The narrow slits of her pupils watched me intently as she licked her lipstick-stained fangs. Her clothing was saturated and frayed like tufts of fur, and her hair was frazzled like a mane. Her red blouse looked more like the aftermath of a beheading. Sprayed across her breast. She lost her flats at some point, and her feet bent at sharp hock joints connecting to dirty clawed feet. I stared at her nervously and silently for too long, eyeing the woman beast that tortured us and wondering what trial she had in store next. "It's Prada, by the way," she chattered. "What?" I frowned as I spoke. "The suit." She held her clawed hand out and twirled her wrist up, admiring the chipped paint at her once immaculate manicure. I shook my head and my stomach bubbled. I looked at Steve and Emily. She was sprawled across 3 chairs on her side, facing away from me with Steve's jacket draped over her. As I approached them, Steve was quick to step aside, and he spoke in a hushed tone. "Something strange going on." No shit, Steve." I stared blankly at him in disbelief. "No shit, Sherlock." I thought. They hadn't seen what I'd seen. They didn't know strange like I did after what I'd been through. "Why are you wet?" he scrutinized. "It seems to be a theme tonight." "He's dead." The irritation in my voice was obvious. He nodded. "Listen, Emily is pregnant." "Excuse me? How long was I gone?" "No, it's not like that. We don't know how, but we need to figure out how to get out of here. It's growing fast." Oh my God, she's gonna get pregnant with a dog, eagle creature or something. Ugh. How horrible. "It?" I looked visibly uncomfortable. "The baby, I mean. She swears she feels it kicking already, and she looks like she's already 7 or 8 months along. The whole mess makes me nervous." "The whole mess?" Bro, yeah, you guys are in a literal crucible created by demons. Like, of course it makes you you know what I mean? Like, it makes me nervous. It's like, yeah, you're fucked. At this point, I would just be like, whatever, take me, you know? Like, this woman has trapped you in a cone of light and has disappeared and reappeared multiple times. Now she's like a half dog woman. Right. I pulled myself back to reality. "What about Leandra?" I glanced at her briefly. I knew she was watching us talk the entire time, but it still unnerved me to see her yellow eyes staring back so patiently. She hadn't said anything until you got here. What if we... talk about the elephant in the room? I'll be on my way, she laughed. Her long legs carried her across the threshold faster than we could have even tried to stop her. If we had finished our desperate conversation and approached her with the plan. Steve sighed, turned to check on Emily, when a newspaper clipping drifted from the dark ceiling in front of me. I stooped to retrieve it, reading the bold letters. Hero firefighter saves family of 4. He looked somberly at the paper as more fell around me, all with similar titles. And declarations. Soon the floor was covered. Guess you're next, I grimaced. Steve fidgeted nervously as the papers fell around him. Hey, just don't do anything. The others died when they did something. Trevor just froze solid as soon as he reacted to the snow, and Richard ran off. I stopped speaking as one title fell in front of me, catching my attention. Beloved firefighter put on leave after witness steps forward. And another. Charges dropped. Key witness dies in tragic house fire. The final page that drifted to the earth displayed a mug shot from the NSOPW registry. That's what I thought. The sex offender registry. I was like, oh, great. So this guy that he's been mourning was a predator, or is Steve himself the predator? I'm kind of confused about that, but I recognized the face. I felt sick. He was a good man, but he shouldn't have opened his mouth. Steve spoke of the same man he wept of earlier, but now his voice was laced with malice. So they're both predators, I think. Steve got caught and he turned like into a witness, maybe. So he was going to bring down, or no, Steve didn't turn into the witness. The guy who died, the firefighter, the hero firefighter, was Steve's friend, who was also a sexual predator and was like turning state's witness. And he was going to expose Steve, so then Steve killed him in a fire. Okay. I think that's what it's saying. Okay, yeah, sorry. I know it would probably clear up if I just read faster, but also I had to Google the NSOPW anyways to make sure it was what I thought it was. So, and then I just got stuck there. But yeah, my bad. I theorize a lot and I should just read ahead. I know that I do that too much. but he shouldn't have opened his mouth. Steve spoke of the same man he wept of earlier, but now his voice was laced with malice. I stepped backwards, my heart skipping as I hit the resistance of the chairs behind me. The next step to freedom would be into the darkness if I chose to flee. Good. I'm glad you like it, Boots. If I chose to flee. But I can't say I blame him. The girl was his sister, after all. Oh, God. But I can't say I blame him. The girl was his sister, after all. He rolled his eyes when he saw me reel away. Listen, don't get weird with me. We have to get out of here, he coughed. That's all behind me. These meetings have changed me. I placed one foot into the shadows as he reached toward me. Oh, come on, his cough grew worse. She was asking for it anyway. Even if I hadn't lit her brother on fire, she would have dropped the charges because she knew it was bullshit. He yelled the words with a frantic exhale, face reddening, simultaneously with rage and desperation, and he wheezed and gasped. He clutched his chest and winced in pain as he fell to his knees. Please, God, Jessica, help me. My eyes widened as I watched the smoke pour from his mouth. The more he begged, he pulled his shirt off of himself, and beneath the tangle of his curly chest hair, his sternum glowed red with embers. Yeah, he's burning from the inside out. I love that. That's so awesome. Please, he wept, thick plumes of soot rolling from every orifice of his terrified being. Yeah, I picture now the smoke's like coming out of his eyes and stuff. Oh, so cool. I love it. When suddenly countless tendrils of hungry fire poured from his heart and chest while he screamed in pain, burning from the inside out. He flailed, screaming still, until his body curled into itself and he grew quiet so that only the crackling sound of the flame could be heard. Yeah, literally a smoke eater. So funny. So awesome. I love it. Yeah, I mean, that's probably my favorite visual of all the like monster visuals in the story, or of the people dying, I guess I could say. This is definitely my favorite visual. But I have to say that the whole twist of him being not only the person he mourned, but Steve too, also being like this fucked up evil predator, it just hits so much harder because you hear these stories and things of like people doing grief groups, but then like serial killers, like, or people, you know, because they want to witness the trauma that they've caused, they like go to like support groups or whatever, or they go to like a vigil for the person who's like missing or been killed that they killed, you know, and then they go there, and it just, it's another layer of creepiness. But I think some people might be like, well, why would this guy go to this support group like if he murdered this guy? And it's like, well, because I think this guy probably gets off on it, you know, he gets off on the for him it's fake grief, and so he gets off on like other people's grief, and then it's just, and I mean, what an awesome way to kill this monster. I love it. So cool. He flailed, screaming still until his body curled into itself and grew quiet so that only the crackling sound of the flame could be heard. An ember danced toward Emily, and I pulled myself together to push the paper and chairs away to keep the fire from spreading to her. She hadn't moved nor reacted to the scene beside her at any point. I feared what I'd find as I approached her. Emily, I shook her lightly, carefully retracting Steve's jackets. I winced when I saw her. Her belly had grown far beyond the size of any normal pregnancy, even late term. She looked like an engorged tick stuck on its back. We have to leave, I pleaded. The baby is coming soon. I can't move right now. Emily's voice was quiet and groggy. She feigned excitement, but I could see the terror behind her composure. Sit with me, she smiled, and she struggled to sit upright against her girth. I tried to hide my expression, but I couldn't help but feel queasy at the intricate veins and stretch marks that covered her pale, swollen belly. I pulled the chair across from her and sat nervously, dreading each passing second. Mark and I always wanted a big family, she cooed tiredly, placing a hand over her belly as she furrowed her brows. Mark? My husband. I nodded anxiously. We tried and tried and tried. Nothing. Then, God. Those little pink lines appeared. Our world was nothing but joy. She spoke quietly as she replayed the memories in her mind, smiling. We hadn't told anyone yet. It was too early, and we had so many failed attempts already. We wanted to be sure before we shared the celebration. That never came. We were T-boned on the interstate. Mark was killed instantly, and I barely survived, but I lost the baby. We sat in silence together. Emily, do you think you can walk? We can go slow, I asked sheepishly. Darling, I don't think we have much longer to wait. Oh, he's kicking again. Feel, he squealed, grabbing my hand. I couldn't protest, but I gagged in my mind. I wanted nothing more than to try to get her and myself out of this hell, but she held my arm firmly in place against her engorged womb. I felt the fetus inside her slide against my palm, and I nearly recoiled. Emily, I have no idea how we're going to do this. I mean, what if it isn't, normal, given everything else that's happened tonight? She had kept her resolute morale until that point. For a fleeting second, her eyes flashed hidden fear before returning to stoic peace. I know, but we have to have hope, right? I nodded back timidly. Maybe she was right. Oh God, Emily screamed, he's coming! I frantically helped her massive abdomen to the ground and bunched my jacket and Steve's behind her head as a brace before returning to the imminent task at hand. It's going to be okay, Emily. Push! I yelled over her screams. What if it gets worse? She cried. Don't say that. Amniotic fluid flooded from her crotch, soaking my legs as I knelt to help her. and her belly writhed in protest. Emily grunted and pursed her lips to slow her breathing. The fetus inside her flailed violently, and she screamed in agony. She pushed again, shooting an ungodly spray of meconium. I'm just gonna say that that's right. Of meconium and salty fluid across my body and face. I was crying more than Emily. She pushed once again, and a tuft of dark hair emerged from her battered womb. "He's crowning," I yelled, half excited, half terrified, and whipped a tendril of mucus from my face with the back of my hand. He's crowning. Keep pushing," I repeated. I cheered. Her vulva split, her bright red blood. Her vulva split, and bright red blood trickled from her, spilling into the infant's head. And as if spurred to life by its mother's sacrifice, the newborn's head emerged in a tangle of deformed teeth and fur and furious growls. It flailed until it could pull a limb free from the restrictive birth canal and thrashed, nipping at me and its mother in frustration. I slid through the afterbirth across the floor, muted in disgust and horror as the half dog, half infant tore its way through Emily's pelvis. Finally freed, it kicked wildly, slipping as it tried to stand on its hind legs. When it finally steadied itself, it chewed ferociously on the umbilical cord that tethered it to its mother. It yipped like a coyote when it spotted me, but it turned its attention back to its weakened host. It eyed her cautiously, almost affectionately, before it sank its misshapen jaw full of needle teeth into her neck and thrashed its head to maim. I watched the light leave Emily's eyes. The fetal cherub, content with its work, sniffed the air and growled. It ran on two legs towards me, sliding out of control on the gore-painted linoleum. It kicked and growled in my direction, spinning on its top-heavy head. It rolled, crouched, and shook itself, snarling as it broke into a quadrupedal sprint. Massive talons loomed from the dark and snatched the pup before it could reach me. The dog baby yelped and bit at the scaled feet, but the bird beat its wings without any concern. It sang one deafening note in the dark like a foghorn before it squeezed the dog in its grasp. The mongrel's head popped like a grape in the clutch of whatever possessed those cruel feet, and with another beat of its gruesome tattered wings, it was gone. So fucking horrible. I mean, like, yes, it was a monster creature, but then it's like, it's just a repeating of what happened, before with the good little Shih Tzu or whatever. And so, yeah, it's just, I'm thinking about this happening to somebody's pet that they loved, and it's just horrifying too to think about. Tears flowed freely down my face. I couldn't take any more of this madness. With the last of my energy, I crawled to Emily, shaking her and pleading. "Emily, please get up. I'm here. We have to go," I wept. I shook her lifeless body, and I knew she was dead, but I hoped. just as she had done, I hoped. I fell to the ground on my side, weeping profoundly. Congratulations, Jessica, Leandra hissed from the shadows. I didn't know what she had in store, but I would surrender. I could not endure any more of her games. I reached forward to touch Emily's face, remaining bound to the floor at her travel. Remaining bound to the floor at her level. Sorry, Jesus. Please, Leandra, just get it over with, I groveled. No. You've suffered the most out of all of them. That's what you wanted, isn't it? Quietly ranking grief as if it needed a quota to earn the right to be felt. Well, you've won. You are the queen of despair. Cataclysmic hurricane, force of sorrow, the most well suffered. Leandra was still concealed in the darkness, but I could hear her smirk in the way she talked. She enjoyed this. I pushed myself partially up, pivoting at my hips and strained into the abyss. No, that's not what I wanted. You killed them. Me? No. Don't throw such accusations. Their grief killed them, nothing more. What's your plan for me, then? Well, now, that depends. Why are you here? Abandon him, that wretched voice answered from the omnipresent haunt. That's not true. I would have been there, I snapped. I felt as if I were on trial. Oh, who did you abandon, Jessica? Were they afraid in the dark all alone? Leandra was mocking me. I knew it. My mother is a horrible person. She told him I had changed my number. She didn't tell me that he was dying. I would have been there if I had known. She wanted me to suffer. Leandra burst from the shadows, galloping with wicked feline speed. The bloodied beast pounced, cutting me short, and I shielded my face with a scream. Jessica? Eric questioned, startled by my sudden outburst. It's okay. You can speak when you're ready, he soothed. I uncovered my face, confused. There was no hungry tigress ready to end me in the dark. The incandescent bulbs hummed lightly, illuminating myself and the entirety of the room, and I knocked my empty coffee cup over at my feet. I had knocked my empty coffee cup over at my feet. I had scanned the room. Emily sat across from me, her loving eyes wrought with worry. Richard sat indifferently, but he granted patience as he had always done, and Steve wore a brilliant mask of crocodile tears next to Trevor, who stilled his shakes and listened intently. They were alive, as if nothing had happened. Beside me, the familiar cream suit loomed in my peripheral. I nearly gasped as it leaned in to whisper, "It gets better." Leandra excused herself after the promise, while the others stared at me in silence and concern. I watched her lanky form slip from the rec room as mysteriously as she had arrived. The door clicked shut. Tears welled in my eyes until the dam broke, splashing down my face in silver streaks. I miss my dad. Aww. So it was her dad that she lost in the end. That was great. I don't know if it was fully like alcohol hallucination. I didn't read it that way. At the end, I read it more of that this beast had this entity, Leandra, had transported her back once she kind of maybe forgave herself, or maybe once she kind of was pushed to the extent of like emotional suffering and like derangement, to where she finally was then willing to share. And this monster, ultimately, what's terrifying about all of that is the monster might ultimately be a good entity whose its purpose is to break people down enough until they actually will share or get help or tell their story, because like that is the only thing that can really lead to healing. And so I feel like, because yeah, and it says the crocodile tears of Steve, so it still seemed like Steve's an evil person. Like those revelations about Steve was real. And so it almost seems to me like that stuff was, maybe not that it really happened, but that like all the revelations of that were true, including Jessica feeling like she abandoned her father, but then her mother ultimately like being at fault for it and stuff, and her accepting that, and so getting to the point where then she's ready to talk about her father and you know, talking about how much she misses him. But yeah, very, very cool like monster creature designs all throughout, as it always is with your stuff, Boots. But yeah, I mean, my favorite visual's got to be the smoke eater stuff coming out of his eyes, but I really liked all of it, from like the dog birth to then getting snatched up by the eagle to then finally the Leandra like galloping at her and then her coming out of it, and then the whole idea that she gets wet in all of these, just like the subtle thing of she's getting wet in all these, like the ice melting and, you know, the blood or the water from going on the printer and all that, to then at the end, like, oh, she spilled the coffee, so that like that is why she was kind of wet. So that characteristic, like being translated through all of her fever dreams or hallucinations, or this alternate dimension she was transported into. Yeah, thank you. Terrible way to word that. Well, you're the one who wrote it, so I know I said that she's wet, but I thought we could be mature about this. Sorry. But no, yeah, the whole spilling the coffee, and then yeah, throughout like that connecting, I think is fun, and it just blurs the lines a little bit more of like, so did this actually happen? Was this all in her head? It was, but it seems like Leandra was a real entity who just kind of leaves at the end, you know? It's very fun, I think. And I think the story ultimately being about coming to terms with maybe not like even like grief as a whole, or coming to terms with, you know, it's not like she's okay now that she lost her dad. It's not like she's like, well, I'm healed and I'm better. But she's only now just gotten to the point where she's like, okay, I'm gonna talk about him, I'm gonna share while he's here. And it's like this crucible of human emotion and of like horror that somebody has to go to get to the point where they feel ready to talk about their trauma or to talk about their loss, you know? And that's kind of what I like the most about it, is like that idea that like when people say like, well, maybe they're not ready to forgive, or maybe they're not ready to, it's like and it's true, because it's like you have to go through a lot of suffering and suffering in silence usually before a person is ready to get to that point. And it's hard because we see other people who are at that point where they want to share. And so we just assume that they've always been like open and willing to talk about their loss or their grief. And it's like, no, usually people have to go through like hell in order to finally get to that point where they're like, you know, like say like a parent lost a child or something, and they're doing, you know, work where they're talking about their kid, and they're, you know, they're doing like, maybe they make a charity for them, or they're like doing all this stuff to kind of remember them. And it's like, it seems so positive and good, but it's like oftentimes you have to go through hell and back again just to get to that point where you're like, now I want to do something positive to remember my son, or in my child's memory, you know? And so I just like that this story is a physical like manifestation of that, is that like hell that she has to go through to finally get to the point where she's willing to talk about it, where she's willing to share, you know? The main character is so closed off in her own grief that she's stuck in misery. So she goes through their grief in a literal sense until she sees grief as something that isn't a competition. Yeah, and you get that. You get that with the line with the lines up there where Leandra's like, you know, you suffered the most out of all of them, you know. That's what you wanted, isn't it? Quietly ranking grief as if if it needed a quota to earn the right to be felt. And yeah, and that's the point, is where it's almost, you know, when people rank grief like she's doing in the beginning, and you could do it in other ways too, like you can rank suffering for like addiction, right? Like, well, I've suffered a lot compared to these other people. And, you know, it really isn't a competition like they said, but then also what you're ultimately doing when you're listening to somebody else share, and you're like, well, that's not nearly as bad as what I had to go through. You're basically telling yourself and your own, it's your own selfishness, it's your own addiction and stuff, or your own, like I said, selfishness in the terms of grief, trying to convince you that your problems, because you haven't shared or whatever, that your problems like aren't that bad, and that, you know, well, you haven't needed to share up until now. So, you know, it's that type of like cyclical, like stinking thinking, or just like bad, self-fulfilling prophecy, where you tell yourself that, you know, well, my grief doesn't matter, you know, and I shouldn't have to vocalize it to strangers. You know, it's that whole thing where they're like, I don't want to go talk about it with strangers. And it's like, I shouldn't have to tell strangers about my loved one that I lost in order to make them in order to make myself or other people believe that they matter. They should just matter, you know? And it's like, well, how are they going to matter to other people unless you talk about them, unless you tell their story, you know, so to speak. And so it just, yeah, these selfishness, these selfish, like grief trials or suffering trials that people have are just, yeah, it's a symptom of like your narcissism being like, my grief could not possibly even be on the same stage or in the same realm as these other people, you know, because whatever, because it's yours, so ultimately you feel it the most deeply, and because of that you're like, how dare these other people even equate what's happened to them to what's happened to me. And it's like all of that is just a cycle of self-loathing and stuff that's designed to keep you sick, that's designed to keep you closed off and not healing. And so that's where it's like, yeah, you literally have to go through this fucking horrific crucible where you see all the grief happen in very visceral ways to where you finally get to a point where you're like, it's all fucking horrible, you know, and I want to get better and I don't want to bottle all this up anymore. And not only do I not, you know, do I not want to bottle it up, but it's like I am still going to hold this grief inside, but just talking about it, like it's an outlet, and then I can still have it bottled up the other 99% of the time. You know what I mean? Because it's not like you share once and then you go, oh, okay, I'm done. Great. You know, it's like, it's like, no. So it's, yeah, it's a very cool kind of representation of a person getting to that point where they're finally, instead of like bargaining or whatever it's called, where they compare your grief to this grief or this fucked up thing to that thing, instead of getting past that, they finally get to acceptance where they're like, yeah, I miss my dad. It doesn't actually matter if my dad felt abandoned or if it's my mom's fault or whatever. The real crux of the matter is I miss my dad and I didn't know he was sick and we ran out of time and that sucks and I miss him, you know, because that's the feeling behind all of this stuff is I lost my dad and it sucks and I wish I didn't lose him, you know. The whole thing of you abandoned him and no, my mom just told him I changed my number and she's a horrible person. It wasn't my fault. That whole thing, all that is just trying to assign blame for something that ultimately, once blame ultimately is assigned, and it can be the mother's fault. It can absolutely be the mother's fault. But once blame is assigned, that doesn't make the pain go away. That just makes you go, okay, so now that we know that it's my mom's fault and that I would have been there if I could have, but now it still hurts just as much. So what do I do? Well, what you do is you talk about that and you talk about how much you miss your dad and, you know, stuff like that. And so, yeah, that's, you do things to try to feel closer to him. You do things you would have done with him when he was alive, you know? Yeah. And so it's an awesome story. It's very, I think I think this would help a lot of people going through grief. I think people going through who have lost somebody who maybe aren't dealing with it in the healthiest of ways to maybe read a story like this and see why a person gets to the point where they're like, okay, I need to talk about this, or I need to find closure because all these other things that I'm doing are not working. You know, whether it's just bottling it up or whether it's just like compartmentalizing, even not dealing with it. Because some people do that. It's not like they necessarily start drinking a bunch and their life falls apart, but they just don't deal with it. And it's like that has repercussions too. So I think reading something like this where the character has to deal with it in a very visceral, horrifying way is cathartic and makes sense to people, even if they don't fully internalize it and go like, oh, that makes me think I need to share my problems. Even if they don't like come out of it with that, I think the understanding of the crucible of grief and seeing all the physical representations of it and how much it can hurt people and destroy people, I think that has like a benefit too, where it can it can kind of change people's thinking maybe about certain things, you know, when it comes to grief and comparing trauma and comparing loss, you know, because that's the other part of it, is that people will just compare trauma, or people will get jealous at other people when somebody says how some, you know, the real housewives will do this, where they'll like something bad happen to somebody and then somebody else is like, oh yeah, that's like this horrible or this bad thing that happened to me, and this is how I got through it, or this is what sucked about it. And some people are like, that is just so rude that they're taking my moment and blah blah blah. And it's like, well, maybe they were just trying to fucking empathize with you, bro. Like maybe they were just, you know, they were using their lived experience to get a better understanding of your lived experience, and they were, you know, they were just discussing it with you. Like, calm the fuck down, you know. That's just how it just goes to show how like an outlook on that sort of a thing can really be so important, you know. And if you're constantly one of these people who's comparing and thinking that your struggles are the only real struggles, it's maybe time to change that, so to speak. But yeah, I liked it. I loved it, Boots. I think that was great. I think it gets worse was definitely a banger. Everyone go subscribe to the Ko-Fi. You know, go follow ckjm. Here, I thought I already followed you, but maybe not from this account. Might have been my older account that I followed you from. But either way, and they do, you know, here's the thing about their commissions right here. So they do that, and everybody go follow Boots, follow ckjm, because they are, I mean, that was a great fucking story, as all their stories are. But I think every story I've read from you, Boots, I've liked. I think it's just a matter of people like going through your library, and you can find something for you. You know what I mean? When you go to this the library of different shit here. Sorry, I'll go back to it. Well, here's it gets worse. Yeah, there's just too many that like that I've loved, from The Man Under the Bridge to the one about the homeless people. Damn it, I wish I wouldn't have clicked off of it. Oh well, it doesn't matter. But my point is that just even look, like, go on Boots' profile and look at the artwork. for each story, and I guarantee you'll find one that you're like, okay, I gotta read this. Because that's kind of how I found them, was like I was like, okay, let me see what this one, what this one's about. I read it, I loved it. On and on from there. Very cool to see somebody like do their thing and start off and do it well, and then just continue to just hone their craft and get better and better. And yeah, every story really like has stuck with me. And I think this one will too. I think this one's very, very awesome. I might have to do one of these times. I might have to like, I don't know. I guess if I get to a point where I've read everything from Boots, maybe I could do a thing where I like rank all the stories or something. That would be kind of fun. But yeah, shout out everybody. Go follow Boots. Follow the Ko-Fi, ckjm, Ko-Fi, and yeah, I mean, look at this blobfish, fucking awesome. So cool. This is Requiem. Yeah, I remember Requiem. I'm going to show them my anus. Chocolate starfish. Wet mouth. The yellowing. Is it not a pinned post on your profile? I thought it would be, but I guess maybe not. Maybe it's on overview. Yeah, here we go. But yeah, just go check out, I mean, and what I like about the whole library that Boots has set up is they have these little short snippets of what the story is about. So like, faced with an unwanted pregnancy, a blue-collar woman is forced to make decisions about her career. Cradle of life. Amazing sounding story. Crawl. On a wildfire in the U.S. Southwest, firefighters encounter something in the smoke. Amazing story. You don't want to read it? Oh, great. I can go to the audio version and just listen to it by VDith22 or whatever. I'm a fireman that does it. So yeah, again, like such a very good example of a writer to like promoting all their work well and having a way for somebody to just go through and find all their stuff super easily. Yeah, and there's so many more. There's a plenty that I haven't read too, so go check them out. I thoroughly recommend it, and I will be diving back into probably another story of theirs in the near future here. They've always got some good stuff. So support them, god damn it. Anyways, let's go to Devil's Den. Which, yeah, this is just part 4 of Devil's Den. I'm not going to waste too much time on a recap. I'm going to get another drink, though, real quick. But basically, our main character, I forget his name, his friend, I think Leroy was his name, our main character and our main character's dad, as well as his childhood best friend, end up going camping when he's a kid in like Devil's Den or Devil's Den National Forest, it's called, or something, or Devil's Den Park. And as kids, they were really excited for this camping trip because they wanted to go find the howler, I think they call it, of this cryptid that's supposed to be that's supposed to reside in Devil's Den Park. And then basically they're camping and they think everything's going to be okay. And then Leroy gets snatched up. He disappears and no one can find him. And everybody blames our main character's dad. He was a park ranger. He retires. Then the son grows up, super sad. He becomes a park ranger himself, and then finally he gets to a point in his life where he's like, I need closure. I need to go back and find out what happened to Leroy. And so that's kind of what we get. It's a cryptid mystery. We don't know for sure that a cryptid is what got him, but I mean, it definitely seems like that's a strong possibility, although there could be a twist later in the story. We don't know. But yeah, that's kind of where we're at, and he's just gotten back to the park, and he's like met one of the girls who works at the park and all that stuff, but he's basically just got his campsite and just kind of started and I think maybe he's driving up to his campsite, or maybe he just got there, but that is kind of where we left off. But yeah, so it's a novel, or I don't know if it's been published as a novel, but there's 25 parts. It's a longer multi-part. I'm trying to make it to, I think, at least part like 5 or something. But yeah, I just kind of wanted to continue it because it's a cool story, and though I probably won't read all of it, I'm just curious about, now that he's an adult and he's gone back, how is this mystery going to start unfolding? What is he going to find in Devil's Den? Because that's the thing. It did seem like, although people did look for him, like they had searches and stuff for him, it also seemed like pretty quickly all the attention got turned to the father. And at least in our narrator's mind, it's like people wrongfully blamed his dad, and so he never felt like people looked hard enough for Leroy and looked into the whole Howler angle of kind of the supernatural possibility that something happened to his best friend. So that's what we're getting into now, which is very fun. I like the idea of a mystery wrapped in like a story of like personal justice, where it's like he feels like he needs to not only get justice for his friend and his friend's family, but also like vindicate his dad a little bit, and then just figure out what happened. I love a good mystery, and this certainly has all the makings of one. So this is Devil's Den Part 4 from Howler of the Hills. I will be right back. I'm just gonna go grab another drink.
Death is only for a moment. Yes! Passing over to become
Good
immortal.
God. Begins to show distress as the suspect, someone is following him. I like how now he just shows distress.
That's what gets him distressed.
Yeah, he's like, wow, what the hell is this thing? And yeah, someone's like kind of behind him. He's like, oh my God. And as he starts running.
While inspecting the flesh pyre of Satan, I have the feeling I'm being watched.
Methinks me being watched.
He's right behind me, isn't he?
Yeah.
I need popcorn. I should start bringing popcorn to these.
Yeah, we need popcorn for sure.
And I can throw it at the screen like stuff's happening.
Yeah, we can have bowls of it and throw it up in the air.
Yes. I'm going to go make some.
Oh, what the fuck?
What is that? I thought that was a tree.
I really like his hello. And he's like, okay, never mind. Turn him back.
Hello. All right, well, hard crowd. Did you bring the peanut butter?
I'm looking for peanut butter and olive oil now, sir. I keep changing up my recipes. Rocky loves it all kinds of different ways, officer.
Oh gosh, that's so gross.
I know. Okay. Daddy,
Yes.
where's Rocky? Don't worry about it.
Don't worry, boy. Why don't you go ask your mother?
All dogs go to heaven.
No, not like that. Show me the goat head. Show me the goat fire. Please.
Oh, shit.
Let's go!
Uh-oh.
Let's go!
That got me. That got me fucked up. The man seeing the footage has yet to be identified. I bet you it's fucking Ray O'Connor.
It's Ray, yeah, it has to be.
Ray? Top of the morning to ya.
Is
It's just
that you,
Jacksepticeye.
Ray?
Top of the morning to ya. The body officer, Andrew, was found dead. The cause of death remains unknown. Sure, the incident, unmarked military personnel retrieved the body along with much of the footage recorded. Wonder how you can get that close to the you can get that close to that figure and not get fucked up. That like the Azazel.
All right. Devil's Den, Part 4. Oh, yeah, it opens the new one. Okay. By Howler of the Hills. I felt like a fool standing in the middle of the trail staring off into the forest. I'd carefully mapped my route, and I knew this was the exact right place I needed to be. All I had to do was step off the trail and make my way down the slope of the hill. The place I had camped out that day with my father and Leroy was little more than a half-mile in front of me. It would be so easy to just do it, but I couldn't. I hadn't seen another soul on this trail. I hadn't even seen a trace of anyone since I left Jen at the trailhead. There was no reason for the anxiety welling up inside of me, but it had paralyzed me nonetheless. I wouldn't say there's no reason for the anxiety, because, I mean, obviously there's a big reason, is that was traumatized by losing his friend as a child. And he's made all these preparations, he's done this, but, now he's about to step off the trail and go towards the last place anyone ever saw his friend alive. So I could say, like, there was no reason. I could say, like, I think maybe, like, I don't even know if you need to say a better way to say it, but a different way of saying that would be like, I had thought I was, past this anxiety that was now welling up inside of me, or I had thought this trip would quell this anxiety I now felt welling up inside me, which maybe that's not necessarily a better way to phrase it, but I think to be like, there was no reason for the anxiety welling up inside me. I'm like, me as the reader and someone who had read the first 5 parts, I'm like, what do you mean? Of course there is. And yeah, I would be scared shitless too. I would especially be scared shitless because other than his plan to just walk around the whole park and explore it and look for any sign of his like friend's body and a monster, he really has no other plan. So it's like, if you go to this campsite and you don't find anything, or you don't get any leads, it's like, that's to me would cause me the most anxiety, is that this is kind of it. that I have to find something, otherwise I'm just gonna never know, which again is the situation that like Leroy's parents are in, the dad's in, and it's completely destroyed all of them. And I feel like the only reason it hasn't fully destroyed our main character is because he's like, and it has to a certain extent, because it says he hasn't had friends or any close relationships since then. So to a large degree it has, but I think the only reason it hasn't fully destroyed him is because he's always held on to this belief that something supernatural did take his friend, and it was the Howler, and he has that knowledge that nobody would believe, or that, especially not as a boy, that no one took him seriously, but he knows it. And so because he has that belief and that knowledge, like, he can do this one day where he can come out to try to find him. And so, but yeah, that's what would paralyze me the most, is that it's like, what if I don't find anything, So anyways, just something I got to comment on and like kind of whatever think about out loud is because I think any rational person would be nervous and scared to take that first step off the trail, But it paralyzed me nonetheless. I had hiked for miles in order to get here, and I couldn't compel myself to follow through. I quietly cursed myself as I turned away and got moving again. I couldn't push the thought out of my mind that the Rangers might check in on me. All of the gear I was carrying probably tipped Jen off, and I wasn't going to be caught out for one stupid mistake. I'd come too far to be undone by a pretty girl I couldn't shut my mouth around. Oh yeah, because well, I don't think he really told her anything bad. I think he just said that he's coming back here. Like he hasn't been here since he was a boy, and he's coming back. So, but yeah, she was very like interested in what he was doing. So I can understand the fear that like, oh, they're gonna come check up on me. Because if he's caught, I think it mentions earlier in the story how if he's caught like out of his campsite or off the trails, that it's not going to be good, because they know he's a park ranger too, and so he is supposed to follow the rules. So yeah, I don't know. There are some kind of repercussions that he has that he's worried about. Whatever, setting off, sort of a thing. So it was going to take hours to hike the whole trail back to my site. It would be exhausting and difficult, even despite my physical fitness. Yeah, he's got to make sure to tell you. He's like, by the way, I'm pretty fucking fit. I'm an experienced ranger, all right? No, it's just funny. I was throwing an entire day away by putting myself on the back. Yeah, and I think that's the other thing, is he says he's got, like, he took all of his vacation time off work, so he's got something like 17 days or something out here. But that is kind of the window he's given himself. So he's like, I absolutely have to find something in this time, Otherwise, I'm just gonna go crazy. This is kind of my one chance, if this is his one shot, his one opportunity to capture everything he ever wanted, one moment, just let it slip. No, this is one chance to get closure and justice. So, or not even really just closure, just to get, just to at least either prove himself right as to what he thinks happened to his friend, or hopefully find some trace of his friend, I was throwing an entire day away and putting myself on the back foot going forward. I just couldn't shake the feeling that it was the right move to make. Well, and yeah, I think his intuition is probably telling him something uh that his mind doesn't know, but I do think it's not the worst idea to just like you said you're going up there to camp, you said you're whatever. It's probably not the worst idea to just like get your bearings and get settled in at your campsite and wait to see, right? Just do normal camping stuff and wait to see if anyone's going to come check on you. And also, this is my thing too. Wait to see if a monster is going to come fuck with you. Like, you might not need to go to the old campsite at all. You might be out here, you're close enough, you're a day's hike or half a day's hike away from where Leroy got abducted. Like, my thing is like, just go out there and see what the fuck happens. I think a big part of it is just like they say, a big part of life is just showing up or whatever. And so it's like you showed up. So just, yeah, it's not the worst idea to just acclimate to this area, to being in the place where you grew up, to being back in a place with all this trauma and all this history for you. Like, yeah, you don't need to be like, we got to go explore the death cave night 1. You know what I mean? Like that seems a little foolhardy. I tried to clear my mind and use the hike to get myself back into the right mentality for what needed to be done. Instead, I wound up on an unpleasant trip down memory lane. After all, there was no part of this place where I didn't have some recollection of the time spent with my father. Ghosts of my past moved down the trails and through the forest around me. Yeah, and that's the other thing is Devil's Den might be the park. It's not like necessarily the town he grew up in. It's the park. But his dad was a ranger who worked in the park, so he went with his dad, it said, all the time as a kid. So that was even the more reason why it was so crazy that Leroy went missing and everything else, is because they're like, you're a park ranger, you work in these woods every day. How do you lose a kid in the middle of the night that you took camping, and so I agree that like it makes sense why the dad became a pariah, and also it just makes sense that that this place is going to bring back a lot of memories regardless, and a lot of ghosts and past trauma. So it would have been overwhelming if it wasn't for the fondness of the memories. Besides that one place, I had nothing but love for the park. Still, like a cancer, the darkness of one night crept in and began to destroy the illusion cast by rose-tinted glasses. As I continued on, I found myself in places where I had tread with Leroy as a child, wandering the familiar trails sentimentally began to die a slow death, replaced by hollowness as memories turned more bitter with each step. Melancholy transformed into sorrow before I knew it. I found myself shivering against the cold wind and wondering what awful fate befell my friend. They had never found so much as a trace of him. Despite the efforts of rangers, the sheriff's department, and search and rescue, he had simply disappeared. It had been around this time of year when he went missing, and the conclusion was that he had likely succumbed to the elements and been taken by wildlife. Of course, I had always known better. The authorities had believed that he had simply wandered off in the night while my father and I were sleeping. They concluded that he must have gotten lost. It had always been such a ridiculous dismissal to me. Even when I was still young enough not to even when I was still young enough not to question those same authorities, Leroy wasn't as experienced as me, but he had learned a lot from my father. Even if I hadn't awoken that night and heard what I had, it wouldn't have sat right with me. He had been missing all of 8 or so hours when the Rangers had arrived at our camp. He couldn't have gotten far and certainly would have left tracks and other signs as he moved through the woods. More importantly, he dressed for the weather and his sleeping bag was gone along with him. That fact came up, but it hadn't been considered tangible evidence when my father was investigated. The lawyer the Watsons had retained used it in the civil case, but even the judge didn't believe my father was responsible for his disappearance. There was no evidence that he had left the site either. So the only conclusion that could be drawn was that it was his negligence which resulted in Leroy's disappearance and presumed death, though none of that mattered in the court of public opinion. No one had ever considered the evidence that I had become obsessed with. The surrounding area had been canvassed for human and animal activity, but they dismissed the latter rather quickly, perhaps a little too quickly. I always believed, but mostly because the tear on the tent had also been ignored. It had always been considered damage caused by Leroy during his exit from the tent. That was perhaps the one thing that I had most questioned. It was the angle that the public defender who represented my father had taken. He suggested that Leroy had been either sleepwalking or suffering some sort of nocturnal delusion which caused him to tear open the tent rather than unzip it. Somehow, the investigating deputies gave supporting testimony to this notion and ultimately secured my father's innocence in the initial criminal investigation. A part of me had always looked at the investigation as a whole as the consequences of rural policing and lack of sympathy for the victim. I was resentful of every party involved for an incredibly long time. As I grew older, I realized that my resentment stemmed from a heartbreaking truth. There was simply not enough evidence to seek justice for Leroy. Malice or even incompetence was unlikely as a hinge pin for the case. If they had been, I doubted my father would be a free man. I stopped in the middle of the trail and heaved out a deep, frustrated sigh. I wondered what my therapist would have to say about all this, dropping out of my whole life back in Texas to wander through childhood memories and torment myself with facets of a missing persons case couldn't be healthy. Then again, I wondered if this is what she meant by closure. I'm sure a reasonable person would try to reconnect with an estranged relative and attempt to make peace with a traumatic experience. That wasn't really what I was doing, though. All roads lead back to the Howler for me. I couldn't get through a single day without it haunting me. Ostensibly, I was a successful adult, a good education and career, but that was all that I had. Though I appeared polished and accomplished, beneath the surface lay an overwhelming loneliness, a life void of friendships, where colleagues brushed past like fleeting shadows. I hadn't ever had a successful relationship, constantly finding myself left on red after they figured out who I really was past the thin veneer of normalcy. I couldn't make it through the night without nightmares waking me up in a cold sweat. I was obsessed with the past and kept extensive files about what happened to Leroy and my father. The coffee table in the living room of my apartment had multiple books on cryptids and American folklore. My bookshelves were full of copies of missing persons books, similar material. Anyone who spent more than a professional amount of time with me could see I wasn't normal. This journey to Devil's Den only solidified the fact that, to myself, I wasn't sure if I was mad or just foolish, but the self conscious reflection didn't assuage my desire to continue. I withdrew the GPS from my pocket with a needless amount of effort. My frustration at allowing myself to get lost in thought and consequently lost in the woods caused me to fumble it. I caught it before it could hit the ground, saving me from that potential disaster. My heart sank as I realized I had been traveling in the completely wrong direction from my campsite. Chasing memories through the woods had led me wildly astray, and now it was going to cost me. The sun had fallen below the half-bare tree branches overhead, and I probably had an hour and a half hike to my destination. I was going to wind up pitching my tent in the darkness, and it was unlikely that I would get any rest during the night anyways. Knowing this, I took a look around for a suitable rock on the edge of the trail to act as a seat. I pulled my backpack off, set it on the ground so that I could get off my feet comfortably. I dropped onto it with a decided lack of grace before bracing my elbows against my knees, leaning forward and putting my head in my hands. I needed this, even if it would eat up some of the last daylight I had left to work with. I was too stressed to keep going. My head was full of discordant thoughts running rampant. I tried to focus on my breathing, slowly inhaling through my nose and out my mouth. I began to rub my temples methodically. In the process, my thoughts began to slowly erode into stillness of mind. The process was a familiar one, and perhaps the only truly useful thing I had taken away from therapy. It was the only way I could recover from the nightmares which plagued me. When I finally felt under control again, I sat upright and opened my eyes to the world around me. Dusk had transformed the sky into a shade of burgundy above the trees, and the waning light of the day was filtering through the blazing foliage overhead. I felt numb, staring out at scenery that used to bring me such joy. That detachment allowed me to consider the bigger picture once more. I had lost a day, but it gave me the opportunity to move past the emotional hurdles that were inevitably going to inhibit me. I stood up and retrieved my bag. A moment later, I had it strapped to my back again. Then I was able to get moving in the right direction. As the sun set, I found myself in darkness, nearing my destination. I allowed myself to think again. I decided that I wasn't going to falter again tomorrow. I was going to go through with my plan regardless of what the day brought. Interesting. So, I mean, that's kind of like a recap of a lot of what's happened, and it's kind of just like a chapter about the emotional turmoil that all this has brought up for him. So I'm curious to see what happens in part 5, because like really all he did was get there, walked to the direction he wanted to go, but then couldn't go all the way into the campsite where his friend disappeared. So then he just kind of turned back, got lost, and then, finally found his way to go back to his camp. But yeah, and so, I'm ready for the pacing to start picking up a bit. I think more is going to start, happening in these next few parts. But I do think it would be a little bit too fortuitous if he just got there and then as soon as he was in the forest, he started finding stuff. So I think it's like a necessary part for the story to have of like this is, all the turmoil that being back in this place has brought up, and him kind of dealing with that and moving past it makes sense to me. It had been a mostly sleepless night, as I had expected. Maybe it was the proximity to the location, or maybe it was the memories retread the day before, but Leroy haunted me every step, haunted my every attempt at rest. I was lucky if I got 2 hours of actual sleep. Dawn had more or less ruined any opportunity for more. It had always been impossible for me to sleep during the daytime. Blackout curtains weren't an option in a tent either. I rather begrudgingly withdrew from my shelter and stepped out into the chilly morning air. I took a seat at the nearby picnic table while coffee brewed over a sterno burner. It was the most palatable part of prepackaged breakfast of freeze-dried eggs. My eyes went distant as I zoned out, going through the motion. I didn't even hear the approaching footsteps until a voice came from behind me. "How was your hike?" I immediately recognized the voice as belonging to the ranger I'd met the day before. I turned to find her smiling gently as she approached, encouraging warmth radiating from her eyes in contrast to my exhaustion. She didn't seem off-put by my appearance, almost acting as if she didn't notice the slump to my shoulders and the hollowness of my gaze. If anything, my hesitance in responding seemed to cause her smile to grow wider. It was good, I finally answered, pausing to take a sip of my coffee. Exhausting in more ways than one, but I should have expected that. She seemed genuinely curious by my response and swiftly rounded the table to take a seat across from me. I was surprised by her actions, not sure what to make of them. I couldn't imagine she didn't have better things to do. Wasting time idly chatting with a visitor seemed beneath her. However, she gave absolutely no sign that she had ulterior motives. "How do you mean?" Jen asked. I shrugged my shoulders, looking down into my nearly empty bag of eggs and scooping out another mouthful before I answered. It was a stalling tactic because I wasn't immediately sure how to answer her. It still seemed foolish to give more details than were necessary. She just made it difficult to hold back. Her whole demeanor was so beguiling that I couldn't really stop myself. She was charming, and I wish that fact and my lack of sleep was good enough excuse for what came out of my mouth. Like I said yesterday, my voice felt hollow, no doubt due to the lingering emotions from the previous day. There's a lot of memories out here. I could feel her eyes on me as I went for another bite. I wasn't quite willing to look up and meet her gaze. It seemed every time I looked at her, I lost most of my self-control. I couldn't really afford to give up much more of it. It wasn't as though I disliked the conversation, but it was distracting from my goals. I didn't want to be rude, but I hoped she would keep the visit brief as our previous conversation. From the edge of my vision, I saw her place her elbows on the table and lean in to answer. Sounds like they aren't all good ones. I sighed and shook my head. No. I set my breakfast aside, realizing I wasn't getting out of this easily. Reaching over to my coffee, I pulled it off the burner and took a sip as I finally looked over at the woman. She had rested her chin in her hands and was looking at me with a smile, but I could see that I'd brought down her mood. She was empathizing with me in a way I hadn't expected. It made me wonder if the talk we'd idly made yesterday had a more profound impact than it should have. I'm sorry, she said quietly. I don't mean to pry. I offered her a weak smile and solace with the simple response, It's fine. It's just... I trailed off as I found my gaze lowering. I stared into the black well of coffee. My hands held the stainless steel mug, welcoming the warmth in the cold morning air. Steam wafted up from it, dancing around my face, enough to tease at my chilled features. It was a funny sort of metaphor for the conversation as a whole, though talking to Jen lifted my spirits in the moment. I knew it was just a fleeting relief before I returned to my... I looked up at her and tried to maintain my smile. I didn't have much of a childhood, and what I did have was mostly out here. It's strange. I started hesitating for a moment before continuing. I didn't expect it to haunt me as much as it did. I've got a whole life away from this place. I haven't been back in so long. I just sort of expected it to be a forest. Jen sat up, letting her hands drop into her lap as she nodded at me. I get that. It's the same for me when I go home, she said. The memories I have in the house I grew up in aren't the best. There's good ones, but I have to chase them. Like I said, sadness crept in as she continued. She looked down at her hands and I could tell she was fidgeting with them beneath the table. I couldn't quite see the expression on her face, but I could tell she was trying to find her smile again. It made my heart sink, knowing that I had caused her to feel this way. I hated being the one to drag the mood down, but it was an unfortunately common occurrence. It came with the territory of having such a traumatic past, I suppose. Hey, I tried to interrupt her somber musings. So tell me, how'd you wind up a ranger here? She looked up at me with some surprise, but seemed glad to shift the conversation. Oh well, I guess it was kind of the easiest option. I went to UA for my degree. She was perking up more and more by the word. I fell in love with the Ozarks and I met a recruiter at the college. He told me all about this sort of work, about what this sort of work was like, and it just seemed like a good fit. I nodded curiosity causing me to ask, What did you go to school for? Jen looked at me a little sheepishly before answering. Anthropology. Really? I asked. with perhaps a little too much incredulity. "What's wrong with that?" she asked with faux indignation. "Not a real science for the tree guy?" That got a genuine laugh out of me, and I could see her smile wider in response. "No, it's just not what I expected." "Well, what did you expect?" she pressed me, again shifting her expression into mock umbrage. I thought about my answer for a moment, but decided to be genuine. "I don't know. I guess it suits you," I clarified, "but I figure most rangers are more on the practical application end of sciences, if not in it for the law enforcement aspect of the job." "Suits me, huh?" She developed a bit of wickedness in her grin, and she leaned forward into the conversation. I shook my head, laughing again. "Yes, you're quite the people person, I can tell." "I guess you're right about that," she admitted, shrugging her shoulders. "I've been known to strike up a conversation about anything, just about anyone." That's sort of what drew me into the field. I like to learn about people. I like to learn about history and why things happen the way they do. It's fascinating how much you can learn about people from looking at how they interact with the world around them. It also helps you understand how the world shapes the people that inhabit it. Hmm. When it comes to being a ranger, her smile became a little more subdued and the tone of her speech became more subtly wistful. "You get to see people at their best, interacting with nature and finding the part of us that's bound to it. You get to see how nature shapes itself around our interaction with it. Here in Devil's Den, you even get to see how many different groups of people have interacted with nature over time and how those interactions have resulted in the park as it is now." This is kind of reading like a PSA about forestry. And it's kind of funny. Like, I believe the dialogue, they're both forest rangers or whatever. So I'm not saying that it's like unbelievable, but it is like a little, I don't know, campy and like it's just overall optimism. Like, I get it that they were sorrowful about some stuff at the beginning and like, oh yeah, my home life wasn't the best and whatever. Um, but yeah, it's it's really just glazing up park life, I guess. I don't know. I found myself enamored with her as she spoke. I couldn't help but watch her intently as she explained herself. She had an enthusiasm about what she was saying that was understated but sincere. I couldn't help but deeply respect her reasons for being here. It certainly caused me to feel self-conscious about my own career and the lack of passion I had for it at this point. As much as I truly love nature, forestry wasn't what I had dreamed of doing as a child. It was quite far from the adolescent fantasies I'd had, in fact. As she kept talking, I felt my own smile slip away. The reflection I was lost in was causing my convictions to falter. I was starting to wonder what I was doing here at all. I couldn't help but to begin to feel as though I was wasting my time. Sitting here with someone who was doing what they loved made me feel as though I was throwing my own life away. However, even as I contemplated my entire existence to the point that her words were trailing away into white noise, the thoughts of Leroy were creeping in and taking hold. There was a reason for me to be here. It wasn't a pleasant one, and it wasn't a productive one for my sanity or life, but it was there. I tried to run from it my entire life and failed at every single attempt. No matter what I did, he was there in the back of my mind to remind me of the life he could never have. I knew that he wouldn't want me to torture myself, but he also wouldn't but he also wouldn't want to be forgotten. He deserved justice and the ability to rest in peace. No one else had the means to see either happen. Henry? She snapped me out of my introspection, head tilted to look me in my distant eyes. She had a look on her face of mild irritation and concern. I felt my cheeks flush and realized that I had just disassociated as she was speaking. It was beyond embarrassing, but it also wasn't the first time that it had happened. I ruined more than a few friendships due to my sullen expression giving away the flights my mind took from conversation into contemplation. I felt especially self-conscious due to the legitimate feelings of respect and interest I had in her. I'm sorry, I hastily apologized, bringing my hands up in a placating gesture. You just, had me considering my own motivations. I put my hands down and lowered my gaze back to the table. I guess you got me feeling a little guilty about why I do what I do. Why is that? She asked. Well, I started, but I caught myself before I could wallow too much in my own self-doubt. I've always loved nature. I think that comes from my mom's side of the family. She was Osage. Really? Jen perked up at the admission. Really? Jen perked up at the admission. Now that's a coincidence. Their tribal history is one of the things that drew me here. Small world. I deflected away from that line of conversation, trying to rein in my oversharing. But as far as forestry goes, I think it was just an easy career to use as an excuse to spend time out in nature. She smiled at me, dismissing my own words with her own. That's plenty good of a reason to do what you do. In fact, I'd bet that makes you better at it than not. If you don't love nature and want to spend all the time in the world, you don't love nature and want to spend all the time in the world out in it, how would you know what makes it so important to maintain and nurture? I looked at her with mild astonishment. She hadn't even hesitated over that response, but her words touched at the edges of my soul. I never considered what she said, and I suddenly felt more at peace with the direction my life had taken. Even my own therapist hadn't managed to impart that sort of solace after years of sessions. It almost took my mind off the reason I'd lied in the first place. Even if she could help with the feelings of disconnection from my path in life, she couldn't help with the real problems plaguing me. It wasn't something she could understand, even if I was willing to speak to her about it. Maybe, if I could see through my reason for being here, I could take what she had given me and move on with my life. However, there was no moving on as long as part of me was lost here in these woods. I had to overcome the anchor of my past to ever find myself in a position to actually have a future. Thank you, I said, honestly meaning it. She reached out and touched my hand. You're welcome, But she added, pulling her hand back so she could stand up for the table. You can thank me with more than words later. I watched as she stood up, eyes slowly wandering up her body until I found her eyes deviously cast back down at me as she elaborated on her words. When you get tired of eating freeze-dried meals, you can have dinner with me in town. I was taken by surprise with the statement. As pleasant as our interactions had been, I didn't expect her to actually have any desire to spend time with me in her off hours, especially after my fumbling of this conversation. I had assumed we were unlikely to speak again. I was at a loss for a moment before I realized I should stand to see her off. I banged my knee on the table and heard her giggle at my awkwardness. Heat in my cheeks returned with a vengeance as I came to my feet. Sure, I managed, offering a sheepish smile. That sounds great. She nodded at me, giving me a small wave as she turned to walk away. I'll hold you to it. Well, that's cute. That was quite the little meet cute, if I do say so myself. But that's part 5. So, I think maybe the writer said like part 7's a good place to stop. I don't remember. It was a long time ago. Oh God, I got something in my eye. But that's where we're gonna be stopping tonight. You know, again, this is a full-length novel that they worked on for a long time. So, pacing-wise, it's just not gonna be, you know, short story paced. But I do like that this story is taking its time getting to the horror, as well as dedicating some genuine amount of time to developing characters and this, because now we have a love interest, which is very fun. He's a man haunted by his past, but she's a woman who just is too perfect to kind of let him fuck it up almost. And so she's, you know, gonna pursue him and yada yada. And that's fun because, like, I think, you know, we do, in order to not make this just a very, like, I was out in the woods and this weird thing happened, and then, so I ran away, and then I went to this other place, and this other weird thing happened, and I can't find Leroy, but weird stuff keeps happening, you know. In order to make the story not like that, you know, you need characters and you need, I think a love, you know, a love interest, or maybe this, you know, maybe it turns into kind of a love story too, of how he met his significant other. You know, that could be very interesting and a very, yeah, just good, good overall, like, character development and stuff. I just I'm too used to reading short stories, so I'm too much like, where's the monster, you know? But part 1 did give us that, so it's like everything, a lot happened in part 1. So now the story's gonna kind of slow down a bit, and then it's gonna kind of, you know, pick back up, and, you know, hopefully these next few parts. But at the end of the day, you know, I think I will probably read more of this story. I don't know when, but I want to at least read enough to get people interested. And also, I'm interested in the whole Jen and his relationship. And, you know, if it wasn't on a horror subreddit, I'd say maybe this is just a story about moving on from your past and finding love. But we're on, you know, a horror subreddit, so I'm thinking that things are gonna get a little creepier. But, and I do like the conveniently, she's all into anthropology, so my guess is we're gonna get some she's going to be able to use her expertise in some way that's going to help the narrative along, and you know, figure out maybe some old legends about this place, or some old, you know, help our Henry, our character, kind of dig into the history of this place and thus uncover the mystery better, you know. And that is gonna be really fun to see. I'm excited for that. I'm excited to see like the Osage people come into it, or maybe there's some other creepy cult folk, you know, horror type stuff happening, where, you know, maybe there's a cult that worships the Howler or something, or we don't know, but very fun. And I could see how having a anthropology major park ranger girlfriend could be beneficial to that, or love interest anyway. So very cool. I'm very excited to keep seeing where it goes. But I am going to end the stream because I am hungry and I want to go eat a bunch of cereal and cinnamon rolls and other stuff. So thank you very much, friends and fiends. This has been another Red Death Mask stream. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope that you go and support all these authors, and check out Tales from the Creeps, and check out Anxiety-Pilled and all these other horror subreddits, and read some stories and comment on them and upvote them, because ultimately that is something you can do to just support these authors, these people who are pouring their heart and souls into these stories and these books and stuff. It's pretty fucking cool. So I think just, yeah, be a part of it, you know, or don't. I'm gonna be a part of it. You don't have to. So with that, I will see you later. Peace.